together with the sword, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time, when clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours, I feel with your sword. There's endless power once you start, never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Worldbreaker! Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
me from my honor. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matikin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging MVP. No surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP. No surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, 'cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow. East to the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, 'cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the TLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Sino-sino nga ba ang susunod sa Super Family and the Titans of MLBB? Ako po si Mara Aquino at sama-sama natin subaybayan ang mga bakbakan dito lang sa MPL Philippines Season 14. Casters, pasok!
You're watching MPL Philippines Season 14. Just a few more weeks left in the regular season, and we're so happy you're joining us this week. And at your service, my name is Leo, here with Naisu. And I think the numbers state that this week there might be some playoff spots locked in.
Yeah, so we've got 2 teams already locked in. We're looking for the next 4, and already, like Leo mentioned, this week, I feel like even today, to an extent, tonight, we could find out some more that possibly lock in the slot.
There's already one of these teams in action tonight that has their playoff spot. We're talking about the defending world champions, Falcons APBren. They're in action against Blacklist International in the opening bout. But before that, let's go ahead and thank Smart. Feel the power with every tap on the Smart app. Effortlessly manage your prepaid and postpaid accounts. Buy promos, pay bills, and redeem rewards all in one app.
You can download your Smart app right now. Just head on to the App Store. The only app for Smart, Signature, Infinity, Bro, TNT, and PLDT prepaid home Wi-Fi. So make sure you guys go ahead and download the Smart app now.
Joseph, the other team that has their playoff spot locked in already very early in the regular season is Fnatic Onic Philippines. They are currently on a war path, still currently undefeated. I think they're approaching the Onsing Laro Bago Matalo milestone, and they're at 9, so they're too short, man.
That's a whole lot of Tagalog that you just threw at our viewers.
And Spanish.
And Spanish, yeah. They're at 9 points, 9-0. What is our record, by the way?
11.
11 is the record?
11 is the magic number.
So they need to hit
12.
12. Yeah, okay. So they're getting there. We know that so far they've just been phenomenal, but even the rest of the standings here, still relatively close between those 4 teams kind of in the middle. Now for Blacklist International and TNC Pro Team, obviously things are looking a little grim, but Blacklist International, let's just say, they're our first match today against FCAP, who's already secured that spot. As you see from the schedule here today, if they end up winning the series, that could cause a whole lot of commotion, at least there in the standings.
They're followed up by a must-watch matchup. You can't miss this one. Aurora, the Northern Lights, face off against the Cavalry in Team Liquid Philippines, the defending champions of MPL Philippines. Joseph, did you get the new recall yet?
You know what? Even if it wasn't TLPH, I got theirs because of the fact that it just flexes.
It's a macho
flex.
horse.
Yeah.
It's a buff horse.
It's my favorite. What's your favorite?
I got 2. I got the Titans. I got FCAP, and then I got Liquid. And that's about 5,000 diamonds well spent, I think.
You can spam it too, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like the new, what's it called? Sea of Anvil? I heard Womi mention it.
Yeah, that's
earlier.
the current pro favorite. Folks, y'all watching at home, what's your favorite current recall? I bet it's one of the new MPL franchise recalls. Get them now. They're currently up in the client, as well as a huge patch and a bunch of changes in the game that our panel will break down. Over there at the Infinix game, Tambayan, we got Renmar and Rockhart talking you through.
And there you go. Thank you so much. We'll get back to these dashing young gentlemen in a bit.
They are young.
Yes, exactly.
Very
but for the meantime, this is the Infinix game Tambayan. I'm Rockhart, and this is Renmar, and we're bringing you the action right here, live on stage. They're starting to fill up the arena right here, and I'm really excited for this week. As Leo said, you got some playoffs, lock-ins, possibly happening today. And that's just week 6, man. Again, so early on in the series. But right now, of course, This tournament is, of course, brought to us by the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official tournament phone of the MPL Philippines Season 14.
Yeah. I think it's going to be one of the spiciest weekends of MPL Philippines that we'll have this season, including next week, because there's a big change that dropped into our clients yesterday. And I'm pretty sure y'all know what I'm talking about. It's the recalls. It's really just the recalls.
Well, how's
I think when you're spamming the TL, it's unanimous. Everyone, the community says TLPH's recall is the best one we got right now.
No doubt about it. And I spent around 1.1K. I was a bit lucky. Usually in general it's like 2,000. I spent 1.1K for that.
Yeah,
and again, you got to get. You got to allocate for it.
Around 1,100 pesos. Yeah, but apparently there was also like some important changes too. I guess we could talk about this.
Oh yeah, for sure. Studio obviously not coming in yet. Just a reminder for everyone, release date is going to be happening on the 21st, but it will be available on the MPLPH Season 14 playoffs. So we got a few adjustments, and it is pretty big, man.
Yeah, one of the biggest ones that everyone's talking about are the adjustments to the lack of necessity of a mana pool for the Arlott, the Natalia, the Grok, and the Claude. So readjusting the emblems you're going to want to put into them. Usually they're the ones looking at the Grok, the Claude, and the Arlott that you'd want to have the basic common emblem on because of just how much mana it could give with a hybrid regen. Now that they don't need mana, you don't need it. So we're starting to see Arlott hurt a lot more in the EXP lane, rocking Assassin or Fighter. Claude's, I tried it out myself, Marksman emblem, so good on him right now. His power spike now just comes at 2 items once you get that golden staff. And whatever you get as the first item, usually Corrosion Scythe. Yeah, big boom boom. Now the adjustments onto Jushin is very interesting because now when you're, we're used to seeing the Jushin, her mana's always getting drained when she's using her abilities.
That's right.
Now it only drains when you're applying marks on the opposing heroes. So when you're applying those little butterflies beneath their feet before you lift them up, that's when the mana will get taken away from Jushin. And of course, changes to items, which we discuss a little bit more throughout the day.
Yeah, that's a lot of heroes, actually. And, and of course, to make it easier for you guys, we're going to try to do it as we go, right? If we see one of these heroes get picked up, if a lot of them will get picked up, by the way, spoiler alert.
Yeah.
And if they do appear in the draft, we'll show them, we'll try to break it down for you.
Yes.
Renmar's got a lot of notes prepped for you guys, so don't worry about that. A big patch for 1.9.20 is live right now, so if you haven't checked it out yet, go ahead and go over to your clients, check it out on the game itself. So right now, we're going to the matchup. We're highlighting two of those veteran players in the league. MPL Philippines veterans, Few and Haji, my dudes. They've been here since Season 1 and Season 2, respectively, and so much history between them.
Right now in MPL Philippines Season 12, there are 3 people who's been here since Season 1. Few, Haji, and the guy to my right now, Rockhard. But these two are definitely heroes throughout the years. I'm pretty sure you've adjusted your role a lot, right?
That's why I'm a multi-role now.
Yeah, you're a multi-role. Especially these two. They've been rocking the mid lane in most recent memory. Haji this season has been flexed into the roam in the mid. Now he's settled in the mid role again. And if you look at their most used heroes in MPLPH history, it leans a little bit more to the side where they've been mid laners for majority of their careers. But look at that. You have Cho for Haji in the roam. He still has Claude as some of his most picked and has a 54%, or I believe that's 64, 56% win rate throughout his career. And for Few, remember back in the day, he used to be one of the most feared Selenas. They would ban Selena every time they'd go up against an old team called Signal Ultra because he wouldn't want Few to use that Selena.
That was the flavor of the month. That happened in Circuit Makati, and that was insane. And again, throwing it back to maybe Season 1, you'd also see Few rock out on some heroes like the Fanny. To be honest, there is a Fanny Few in record. So these two players have actually rotated to different roles as well so many times. Haji Jungle, Haji Roam, you name it. That's why there's a Ling there as one of the most picked as well with a 67% win rate. So we have to really kind of think about where these guys have been throughout their careers. Obviously, it's not always been a smooth ride for Few. Same for Haji, right?
Yeah. For Haji, it's interesting the career trajectory that he's gone because Few switched into the mid lane role quite quickly in his career. I believe it was around season 4 or 5 when the laning was starting to take shape before the big change in the meta back in MPL Philippines season 6 when there was a clear distinction between the lanes. For Haji, it wasn't up until MPL Philippines season 8.
That's right.
When he went into Blacklist International then, before he became the MVP machine, there was a big question. What role is he playing? Why is he rocking it in the jungle back in the day? He was a jungle guy. That's why Ling is there, as you mentioned, Rockhard. Because in Season 7, he was a Ling guy. He was a machine in the jungle. Now, he's in the mid.
Hence the moniker. That's why the stats just don't lie for Haji. But here, with a recap that we have, FCAP definitely is the one that gave a pretty solid victory against Blacklist.
It was, for the lack of a better term, Stampadoo. It was a good old Stampadoo that Falcons APBren dished out onto Blacklist International. Again, this was week 2. It was the time when they were still fielding the LAR Exort, trying to find the right, makeup for their lineups. It was also during a time where Falcons APBren, I think they were hell-bent on, getting back into their groove after losing to Omega in the, if I'm not mistaken, day 3 of week number 1. So Few was back-to-back MVPs here with the Faramis, with the Valentina, and that's, I think, continuing up into this match now. They still really have to consider what heroes Few is going to bring to the table and potentially take away heroes from him.
And the fun thing about this is, wasn't this 10-man roster shakeup that Blacklist is going through right now exactly where Few was way back a few seasons, where APBren was on the 10-man roster as well? So it'll be interesting to see how Haji picks up on the experiences of Captain Few here.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned that. It's interesting because when you look at the journeys of these two being flexed into different roles, it's very the same. Yeah, now Haji's going through a phase where he's in a big roster, something that Few did back in Season 9 before APBren hit their stride when they were still Bren Esports back in MPL Philippines Season 10. So I wouldn't be surprised if Haji looks up to Few as an idol of his own.
Maybe, just do that here in the Philippines. We say bossy.
Bossy.
Here, say idol. All right, so that's the tale of these two heroes right there. And it's going to be very interesting to see how they've actually developed and maybe some adaptations to a new patch. We never know, right? Bonchan has a has a reputation for doing that.
Yeah,
so for the meantime, we are commemorating APBren's victory with M5, as we're talking about APBren right here, with the first ever MVP skin, Fist of Glory Paquito, which is now on 30% off. So that'll be pretty cool for you guys to purchase that right now. I'm doing that in a few moments. And unlock also the APBren Champion Souvenir card to obtain Brody APBren. There you go. And APBren Battle Emote, Elimination Spawn, Recall Effect, all of that and more. Just log into your clients right now and, take part in the Champion's Glory.
Yeah. By the way, that's a good value. You can get the APBren souvenir card and get that skin right away for less than 500 diamonds.
Easy peasy. We got this, guys.
Yeah, fair warning, when you do rock out an RG or even Classic to just try out and you have these skins, people will be hunting you.
Oh, yeah.
Like all the games I've played with Brody and Paquito have lost because literally they said, yeah, we're just going to keep diving this guy.
Yeah. Oh, you're a champion. I'm gonna go for that. So right now, though, we're going to go and check out who you guys think is going to win in this one. So show your support. Who do you think is going to be coming out on top? FCAP or Blacklist International? Vote now via the online poll. And I'm also very curious with all of our analysts right there, what your prediction is going to be and why. I want to add that a little bit. You have to go for why you think they're going to win. For this one, obviously, I think FCAP is the huge. They're the Goliath in this one, right? They're the huge Goliath.
For sure. It would make a Blacklist International victory here all the more impressive if they could defeat Falcons APBren here. I believe a majority of all of us here are predicting Falcons APBren to take this. We may vary on the scores, but yeah, it's hard to find things to hype Blacklist International about heading into this game, specifically against Falcons APBren.
Oh well, we'll have to find out who's going to play here today as we load up our players onto the MPL Arena.
MPL Arena, welcome to the first match of the week. These are our marshals, Jeff, Chico, Pat, and Wilbert. They are the second team to secure a playoff spot. Now is the perfect period to stay on top of their game. Let's welcome the reigning champions of the world, Falcons APBren! Their opponents. There will always be a code to break every game day, and the agents are looking ready to begin the week with a bang bang. Here's Blacklist International! And their coaches for Falcons APBren, it's Coach Ducky. And for Blacklist International, Coach Bonchan.
It's time for the face-off. Haji, Few, step forward. Step closer together. Haji, paano ba babawian ang Falcons APBren? Ano ang palag mo?
Siguro po pag in-underestimate niya ako, doon ako magkakapalag sa kanya.
Few, paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi ang katapat mo? Ano ang palag mo?
Lamang ako sa buhok.
Palag kung palag. Fist bump. Let's get the 6th week of the season started. Simulan na natin ang bakbakan. Panel, pasok.
And there we go. Tale of the two heroes for this one. It is Falcons APBren continuing their dominance and showing it with style.
Few literally just said, I have longer hair, or his hair is better. Read into that as you will. But yeah, this is a team that, well, we know they can dominate the early game, but the trend and the theme continues for Falcons APBren. Just have a cleaner execution in the mid to late so that you can secure the victory quicker and that you don't get dragged into a late game against a team that Kapitan Haji said, hey, we may be here, but don't underestimate us.
That's right. And the people who underestimate Blacklist International, especially in the early game, usually do suffer. Despite Blacklist's, I would say, kind of a version or a little bit more improvements towards the late game. That's something that I really have to work on. And the stats, oh my goodness, have never been better for Falcons APBren.
Yeah, the average third damage, KDA, they pretty much just rocket. Average game duration, even if we're competing the average game duration,
oh my goodness,
they still have it like an advantage. That doesn't, not to say that that doesn't mean anything, but
yeah.
This is why it's difficult right now to predict in favor of Blacklist International heading into this matchup against Falcons APBren. My question is, what version of Blacklist International are we getting today? Are we getting the Blacklist that are a little bit more assertive in the early game, really want to contest objectives, break down towers, get map control right away? Or are we going to get the Blacklist International that, for some reason, still shines at the counter-punching, the counter-engage, punishing wrong team fights executed by their opponents?
Well, you know what? If they want to counterpunch, they have the best skin to do it with. That is the Paquito FMVP skin. But these are the infinite keys to victory for, like you said, for Falcons APBren. Just strengthen your late game execution. Just clean it up. Coach Ducky was not as happy as
Yeah.
can be with the victory last week, and maybe that's something they're working on right now.
Yeah, for Blacklist International, Haji's really got to step up and take the lead to salvage Blacklist International's run. And for both teams, and I feel like this will be applicable for majority of the teams in day number 1 and throughout this weekend, utilize the new patch. Take opponents by surprise. As long as that it's well thought out, did well in ranked games, did well in their scrims,
Yeah.
a la the Beleric of Chaknu, go ahead. Why not pull the trigger and play a unique hero, a unique lineup, as long as it's well thought out?
Yeah, show us your style. Show us your innovation. You know, I mean, MPL Philippine teams have always been known to be great innovators.
Yeah.
And Blacklist International used to lead that, right?
Yeah.
They used to lead the charge in innovation. And I wonder if they can flex that here on the first day of a very, very big patch, man. FCAP for Blue Side, obviously still rocking a pretty solid win rate overall,
Yep.
I believe, right? So right now, for FCAP, not known to experiment that much as well with a new patch.
Well, I would have to counter that a little bit because I was talking about with Coach Kenji here that there seems to be a trend for Falcons APBren where now they're on the blue side. They tend to experiment somewhat or change things up.
Throw
in
some
their drafting.
curveballs.
Throw curveballs, exactly, once it heads into game 2. Where if they win game 1, game 2, expect a curveball, a unique priority. Last week we saw it. They prioritized Matilda in game number 2 up against Aurora, where eventually that struggled. But for game number 1, this is going to be straight, just get the best picks possible. Falcons APBren who want to dominate the game. My question for both of these two teams is, because of the changes to Roger and Thunderbelt, which we'll delve deeper a little bit more to now, are people still going to be prioritizing Roger?
That is a big question because Falcons APBren is a team that has been known to do that, known to play through Kyle as well as Super Marco. Very happy to take that up. But looks like Zask is still going to be on the plate here.
Yep.
He gets still consistently banned out.
Okay, besides the Roger, our team still willing to prioritize high loss even. He's Burrito told us behind the scenes, like he's had a few games of high loss under his belt, and his exact words were he feels a little bit like a marshmallow now.
Yes.
A bit softer. But the question is answered, and teams are still willing to pick up Roger despite the 3-second extension of his ultimate cooldown.
There you go. So you can't always just rush a transform, which usually what our players do. You have to be more strategic about when you do it. And the Matilda making an appearance here for Blacklist International. Of course, on the roam. Still looking at the lineup here. It's still going to be Lord JM and Perks, by the way, who have been struggling in terms of stats. But Nolan going to make still use of MP2K.
Yeah, I was talking about this with talents behind the scenes earlier, that the Nolan will be the most contested jungle in this current metagame. The changes to him, he has quicker cooldowns coming back. His ultimate now has a slow effect. So, yeah, they buffed up an already strong hero in the pro scene even more. The Matilda, the main thing about her was the quality of life change, where in her skill 1, when you cast the skill 1, it no longer interrupt the movement of the Matilda, so it seems to be a smoother rotating experience and casting experience of skill 1 for Matilda.
Yeah.
Another one who rose up because of the changes, we talked about it earlier, Arlot. Since you don't have to park him with a basic common emblem now, you can give him Assassin or Fighter, park him in the EXP lane, but I wouldn't be surprised if more teams will consider picking up the roam Arlot now with how annoying he can be.
There you go. So obviously it is going to be, that 3 seconds is a lot more impactful in the early parts of the game, but in the late game it feels like just the same, right? But the Thunderbelt is a big question. What are they going to change? Are they going to still go for it? And again, it's a bit more deceptive if you think about it. There's a Faramis, does feel more like a Blacklist lineup. Just keep everyone alive. That's the main job of that mid lane duo.
Yeah, and it's a good thing that Falcons APBren took away the Terizla, because they're gonna Blacklist International is gonna need a tanky EXP laner to offset the lack of a hard front line. And this is what we were talking about with Nolan, where his expansion and Gauge, oh no, it is Gauge, skill 1 and skill 2. The cooldown was actually made a little bit longer. I could have sworn that that was, but yeah, we're gonna revisit that. The new effect of his ultimate being the slows a target hit by 30%, and that slow is major. You can really feel it once you hit it. There's a good chance that the Nolan and his teammates will be able to finish you off. Yeah, I will have to correct myself. It is a cooldown extension by 0.5 because they buffed up his ability to kite and the slow.
Yeah,
yes.
there it is.
There we go. There we go.
That 0.5 second slow sounds small, but when you're in there, you got rifts in your face. You're trying to avoid them, and now you can't.
Yeah, it's 30% slow, and the cooldown of his ultimate was reduced as well. Good ban by Blacklist to take out the Minotaur, but right now with the Matilda and the Faramis, it's quite solvable by picking up something like pick off, go for Kaja, or you can even put again the Arlot and the Roam and just put up a tankier EXP laner, however, which I'm afraid we are running out of. So we might actually be returning to a meta where more pickoffs might get picked up. But for Ogwin, he'll still have the Jawhead available if he wants to go for aggro. Even the Grok would be great right now.
Grok is what I was thinking here, actually. But high loss looks like it's high loss XP, right? So they're going to stick with it, man. They're going to stick with the high loss, even though, again, a lot of changes were done to kind of discourage you, I guess, from going high loss all the way.
Yeah, the early game high loss. Carrier and Claude is available right now for Super Macro.
Claude's great.
They want to put the Roger into the jungle. However, with the lineup of Blacklist International, I wonder if they'll consider Fanny in the jungle and then Roger Gold, but Faramis and Matilda plus a Nolan might be too high invade and too dangerous to go up against.
I think, yeah, the problem is they're going to suffer with in terms of sustained damage output, right?
Yeah.
A lot of this is just burst. And it looks like that's a Moskov. You want sustained damage, that's the best one you get. And it's Lolita, which we were actually kind of doubting will make an appearance today here.
Yeah, weaker Numenon energy core, so the shield that she gives isn't as buffed up anymore. The goodbye to the magic damage building Lolitas. We'll see if Ogren's just going to go down the route of building more defensive items, as it's now better scaling with the total HP. Instead of the total magic power with the old Numenon energy core before this patch.
It's probably still worth it to pick up a flask maybe and just leave everything for HP. I don't know.
Let's see if they'll still pick up the flask, because one of the reasons I think the devs made it clear in the text that they wanted to change up.
They want to remove that.
Yeah, they want to remove the reliance on the flask of the Oasis. Nathan by Blacklist International. Well, they needed more magic damage, but it might be more of a... Well, Blacklist has the tools to bring it to the mid to the late game for the Nathan because they have the Nolan, Faramis, and the Matilda with them. It's just how well they're going to handle the team fighting of Falcons APBren, considering that there is a Numenon Blast that they're up against.
Actually, this is not bad, right? They do need tower taking for Blacklist. Yes. That's the only thing that might be lacking aside from the Nolan.
Yes, yes.
But, other than that, sorry, the Nathan. But other than that, does feel like it can go toe-to-toe here. Pretty competitive lineups for both of them, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So right now we are going into the Land of Dawn, brought to you by Leo and Naisu for game number 1. Throw it over.
Thank you so much, fellow young men. Welcome to the desk. We're bringing the action. It's me, Leo, at your service, joined here by Naisu. And despite the patch coming in, right at the peak of the diversity of the metagame, it seems like nothing has changed.
That's what I was going to say. You know, we spent time crunching the numbers, talking about the changes, but ultimately, even if your RG games at home have changed, the pro players know best, and right now, we're seeing not too much difference, at least. But the pacing of the game could also change a little bit.
Which I think should be a treat, given that even while the patch, even before the patch came in, we already saw some changes coming in. Matilda being such a high priority in the draft in the weeks leading up to now. With 1.9.20 coming in, you see some changes here. You see maybe eventually when the builds come through, the way Lolita is built, the way these fights break out. Oh!
That, I mean, already first blood for Kyle Tizia. That's still a whole lot of early damage.
All right, who needs to count an extra 3 seconds when your opponent's already dead?
Yeah, and you know, to build up on that point, hold on, Haji, he should be okay. Yeah, he's the Faramis, they go in. But that was where I wanted to look at is, the pacing of the build paths, or even build paths in general, maybe it changes a little bit because, you know, for the longest time, these past, 5 weeks, we've been seeing early Thunderbelts, like not just on XP laners, but even on other roles picked up. We know some of the changes that happened to the other items, you know, even the Lantern, the Twilight Armor, I think got a little change as well.
The
little
G-dubs.
Yeah, there's a lot that those intricate changes could cause some difference here throughout the games in Week 6.
Oh, check it out. The duel between the Sniper and the Bulletproof. And that's a TKO down bottom. Lord JM going up against two. This is a soft high loss right now, in case you guys haven't checked it out. But wait, look at this sneaky Blacklist going for the turtle.
Yeah, he's just trying to be a distraction, and he'll accomplish it. MP the King will get that turtle. And that's another thing we can talk about, since, you know, not too much action just yet, is the fact that... Whoa!
Oh,
okay, that was close. The spear.
Two ults just missing.
2 ults. It is Friday, first day of the weekend for us here. A couple ults not going to connect. But again, this Nolan pick, I'm wondering how the little bit of a buff, I guess you could say, is going to help out. Even having that, what was it, a 30% slowdown?
That's right, on the
with
fracture. Yeah. Although the rest of his kit did take a hit. Now, talking about hits, Perks here. Luminor Blast setting up.
That's a good way to dodge it. Just circling you on out of it.
He also did a guiding wind, so... Yeah, she's so mobile. She's so mobile. It's just legendary.
So this, I mean, even the Matilda, I mean, what were they talking? They were talking on the panel too about the changes with the Flask of the Oasis, right? Oh, hold on. Final Slash going to be used, and now they're going to force a fight flap. Go ahead and on flicker on out, but they're going to get run down in the glorious pathway from Lord JM. Possible Avenges as well. They get a couple knockups here. Netherrealm already going to be used as well. Blacklist still trying to win the fight, but Flap finally going down. But here's the fight back as Kyle Teasy jumps on in, pounces forward, and Lord JM falls to the 1-for-2 trade.
That's one way to make the most of a bad situation. You lean hard into the fight, and I don't know how, but for some way, somehow, Falcons APBren just chewed through the extra HP.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, as I was watching it unfold, I'm like, man, this is a very extended fight early on, but...
Oh,
FCAP?
No.
Yeah, you don't follow that up.
Not like this, Marco. Don't.
Not like that.
All right. Something to note. Few here just picked up the G-dubs. His first item, the glowing wand. Something you want to definitely put on to deny the shields from Perks.
Yep.
The healing from Lord JM, the extra HP from Haji. So despite it being nerfed down to just 1% of the extra HP being dealt, that's a full 0.5% that you lost, by the way.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. It still comes down to situation. The situation. Uh-oh.
I think with this, yeah, this is just going to be turtle in hands over to the other side, FCAP. But Blacklist trying to trade here across the map. They'll take the purple. It looks like they'll get away with it with all the mobility and utility that they have, especially with Perks here on this Matilda. But I'm not sure. FCAP, I don't think they just want to let anything go. They might try to make a play sandwich in up here top if they can, but unfortunately for FCAP, too much of Blacklist is there.
Yep, this is one of Blacklist's strengths. Again, despite their lineup changing, their identity, their game, the Ube runs in their DNA. If you look at their jersey from a different angle, it looks purple almost.
It almost looks purple?
Yeah, like physically. you squint and it looks purple. Well, look at this one-on-one. MP versus Flap!
Wow, one-on-one. MP, he's going to get the flicker out. So that's, you know, at least something for them. And here's the pressure we were talking about earlier. Blacklist will get the Tier 1 top side, so might not have found a gank earlier, but they get the objective anyway.
They just brute forced it, man.
Yeah.
Ran through.
Punch it in.
Falcons APBren's defense, and there wasn't much that the defending world champions could do. Sent off from that lane. Still looking at a 50-50 turtle takes. One more spawning up top. Upper quarter about 45 seconds from now. And it's the lack of action in this mid-game peak, the climax towards the post-laning phase, that you wonder, is Blacklist recovered enough? Is this 1,500 gold lead a facade? Yeah, is it enough to actually lean hard into it? Because you look at MP, even if he is down a kill, you look at Oheb, not much on the board just yet. With the help of Haji, with the help of that Faramis, and a really good glorious pathway, they can get away with a lot. Look at this. Oh, no.
I think that's part of the whole game plan for them. Some more pressure here, Tier 1s. Blacklist just working on the objectives, and that might be the call for them, because I think that's could be a game plan, part of it anyway. Trying to go for a setup here in the mid lane. Not going to find Ogwin, but it's that of playing around the utility that we have, extended team fights even in the later portion of the game. Because we all know once that Nathan is there and online, I would say it's quite deadly.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. Wow, could be in trouble here. Already going to get dropped down. He's taken out of the picture of the fight for the third turtle of the game. Oheb will get the tier 1 down bot. You still have waiting patiently there, Super Marco. I don't think he joins this fight. It is going to go for a reset, though. Perks picks up the Flask of the Oasis. Now it's just a standoff here. Perks going to jump in. Neutron Blast also dropping down. Eternal Guard on the backside. Unfortunately, the spear won't connect, so MP will get the turtle. And now they're going to run for FCAP. They find Ogwin, and next up is Kyle TZ. Blacklist finds a big win. Are they going for more? Few in trouble. Still going to be up. A couple hits away. Haji goes in. Gets the triple. Looking for Super Marco as well. FCAP loses the fight decisively.
Or JM gets a flap TZ on him as he backs off. You know, Joseph, sometimes I hate it when I'm right. Blacklist was just waiting for that rubber band moment wherein FCAP would lean hard into a fight where they think they can with 1,000, 1,500. They think they can, but as soon as Marco missed that SOD, he missed the spear, he had to walk all the way there. As soon as that happened, it was too late. And now, Blacklist is up 3,000. They're up turrets, and now they're up on the map.
And not only that, but they've set themselves up perfectly for the Lord in about a minute, right? So FCAP, they've got a minute to kind of scrap what they can, get where they can. But even with this, FCAP isn't necessarily out of that fight for the first objective. The only problem is overcoming what we just saw, all that utility being thrown at them.
Luckily, FCAP is built to turn these things around. This is the twilight of that engagement. Folks, I think you missed the most important part wherein Kyle fell and Ogwin fell. This is even after Flap fell, so he just respawned at this point.
Yep.
Blacklist just leaned hard into that. As soon as they started dropping, again, you're talking about that mobility that Blacklist has. They can also use it the other way around, not just defensively while they're in the back, but they can find targets that luckily FCAP can't clap back from. Their only real long-range engager is Super Marco on the Moscow. That's it. Everyone else needs one good dash. Yeah. That's why Few has a flicker, not a purify.
Yeah. And that's the problem of trying to fight those fights that, you know, like you said, it's a rubber band effect. I mean, even when you have this engage and then you have a disengage, you can easily kind of get your ankles broken, basically, is what happens with their ultimates, whether it's a final slash or whether it's something else, even the Pneumon Blast.
Mentally and dexterily. Like your fingers are not going to be able to respond fast enough, or your hero's not going to be able to turn quick enough to disengage. That's one of Blacklist's main strengths now as they begin the Lord Shuffle, pulling it in and out, dealing just enough damage to threaten FCAP from crossing the threshold. There it is. Ult's dropped in.
Where's Pathway dropped down? They're zoning it out, and MP the King will get the Lord no problem. So even with a lead here, FCAP doesn't want to fight. They just take the turret up top.
Suave. This is the only thing, honestly, that Falcons APBren can do. They have to play the map, because again, in a 5v5 situation, Blacklist is effectively playing with 8 life bars.
So where is that point for FCAP with the lineup that they have and everything we've talked about with Blacklist lineup? Where do they turn that switch on and are able to turn things around here?
I'd reckon off of 2 things. Number 1, a solid final slash or a solid Numenon Blast. Luckily, again, that's why I believe Falcons APBren can turn this around on a dime, even with 5,000, 6,000 ahead, especially inside the base. And then second is get Marco online. Not just in items, because again, he is built up
locked in,
on his Trinity, right? He's down about 7,000 and a half, 1,000 and a half, 7,000 to 8 point something. But also, not just items-wise, but fight-wise. Like, put him in a good position, get him with the SOD, and put him where he can actually hunt down MP, Oheb. You know what I mean? Like, those are his only 2 targets.
I think that's always so. Hold on. Retribution going to be used for MP the King. He's trying to juke him out, so he does that fine. Had to use the Fracture. Lord's still top, though.
Juke success.
Juke success, and right now looking to get these tier 2s. Glorious Pathway dropped down to cut them off from the turret. Holy Shield on the top side going to pop as well. Blacklist might look for a little more, at least a couple shields, but right now it's just cleared out from FCAP. Real quick, the point that I was going to say, yeah, Super Marco might have missed some of those Spirit Destructions earlier, but we've seen games change when he lands it. Look at Flap, the damage, hold on! Flap's going to be taken out. But now Super Marco just trying to keep the rest of Blacklist at bay. The front side, the guiding wind, and there's Zohead jumping on in. Numenal Blast going to be used, but finding no one to land on.
Off angle.
Down a member, not going to commit any further.
Off angle. By Flap going down, there's two things that Falcons APBren can consider. Number one, the fact that it's Flap. He can die. He's a secondary roamer in this situation, a secondary initiator. Number two is it's a no-go, given that they lost one of their two life jackets, one of their two safety nets in the, again, big ticket Final Slash and big ticket Numenal Blast. See, one is out, and then the other tried to set it up, wouldn't happen. So now maybe, with this lead being at 5,000, maybe, just maybe, they need both.
They need both at that point. I think Blacklist they need this game one win. So they're off to exactly what they need to. I don't think, even for this next lore, the way things have been going, even if they find a good team right here, I think FCAP still lose this because of just some of the itemizations falling into place for Blacklist right now. And yeah, there's something too that happened here. This is a buff, right? They removed the mana from a couple of heroes, actually.
That's right. His passive also got a buff. It's a shorter cooldown now on triggering that. So best believe this is a stronger Arlott. It's just Blacklist came in much stronger as well as a 5-man. Now the shuffle has begun, slightly favored for Blacklist. Lord approaching half health. River control is in check for the agents. Even that top lane long bush, now Lord at a 5th.
Gonna push it here. Super Marco gonna try to join the fight, but Lord already taken. And now Kyle TZ in trouble. Look at the damage coming out from Blacklist. Forced to just run back to base. And there's nothing FCAP can do. They don't even want to contest the Lord.
That was a non-starter. Not even bottom lane. Given how fast Blacklist blasted that Lord, Marco couldn't even split. Tier 1, Joseph, Tier 1, not their mother company, but Tier 1 turret down bottom, still standing.
Still standing, and at this point too, I don't think many of these turrets are going to be left standing for FCAP. Because with Blacklist, the way they've been playing this, they're going to run it in.
If anything, that might be best case scenario. FCAP sacrifices all their inhibitors and lives to see another day. That's how far ahead Blacklist is. That's how clean they're playing, man. The discipline, the synchronized calls, at least past the 5-minute mark, how well they've been using each hero's kit to, you know, help build the sum of their parts. Now here we go. Glorious Pathway set in. They're looking to break in mid, trying to get through as well. Lord still standing.
They do handle Lord, and there, Flap TZ goes in with the flicker. Not what they're looking for, though, and now they're going to force the fight under the turret even a little bit further. Perks jumps in very front side, has to back off. So right now, FCAP doing fine. Spirit Destruction. Marco goes in, he jumps on in. Forced in the response from Blacklist International, and Haji's going to be the next target as he goes down. And now FCAP on the run, but Haji's already back up with the passive. Glorious Pathway dropped down to the jungle as Ogwin taken out. And now the chase down. Super Marco's going to get the stun on Lord JM. But still, Flap, one hit away. Oheb jumps on in, and the flicker will keep him alive. And FCAP, though, still looking possibly for a fight. MP on the chase, gets zoned out. Kaltizi's in trouble. He goes in, few taken out. Perks there to help him out. The Netherrealm as well already popped. Flap's in trouble as he falls as well. Blacklist comes out with a massive win.
Falcons have bit off more than they could chew. Blacklist going for the jugular.
They get another kill, and now it's all for the base as Blacklist decisively takes game one.
Consider the code broken. The patch favors Black. They take game one. Joseph, this is a match point. Match point for Black to keep on going.
This is exactly what Blacklist International and all the agents here supporting them and around the world watching them need. They had a tall task ahead of them. Again, this is FCAP here, but look how dominant game one was.
I'm excited to see what our analysts over the Infamous Game Tambayan have to say. Redmar Rockhart, talk to us.
That was something, man.
That was traditional Ube. Double sustain, play for one key figure in your lineup, have a jungler or the jungler or gold, one of them will carry, one of them will focus on farm. In this case, MP focused on the carrying, while Oheb focused on the farm. Once they hit their power spikes, Falcons APBren couldn't do nothing.
Haji is going to be your match MVP for that one, and you know what? They did exactly what we thought they would, right? Everyone's single job was to keep Oheb alive MPL basically just try to reset the map all over again in terms of like control, and then they just came away with the late game. And we were talking about that late game earlier, right? They did it beautifully.
That third turtle fight that they had, Control is the name of the game for this one. Hot Shoes. You could call him Hot Shoes with what he brought out with this game. Great timing of the Nether Realms, great control, and this is what we were talking about with Blacklist. Play the counterpunch. By the way, Kyle TZ's Retribution here, this was the turtle I was talking about, way too early. By the time he used a Retribution, there was still 900 HP left on that turtle, around 928. And this was the turnaround that Blacklist International was looking for. They got Kyle and Ogwin down here, and then they just continued. They didn't stop. And again, this is just the traditional Blacklist playstyle that we know them, that at some point they will acknowledge that they will hit a power spike. Maybe once their mage gets 2 items, that's when they're going to start being aggressive. And because OHEB got to farm up without a problem, when Super Marco started joining in the fights, they were severely lacking the damage because they didn't stop the Nathan.
And their sustained damage was surprisingly good, despite OHEB joining these fights a little bit later than you think he would.
Yeah.
And the foreman of Blacklist International was keeping it together. My goodness, I can't believe that actually they were able to do that against a team, Falcons APBren, who usually is so surgical, so good at stopping you from playing the game.
Yeah, and this is what I mentioned earlier after we saw the full picture of the draft. Blacklist International has a lineup with the Nolan, with the Faramis and the Matilda to hold on to be the bridge for the mid to the late game of the Nathan. And that's exactly what they did with great control, even though it got to the point there was around a 1.3, 1.5k gold lead by Falcons APBren, with them getting the first turtle of the game, with Blacklist International getting the next 2. Falcons APBren couldn't find their condition to take control of the early game, so that they delayed the farming of the mid trio of Blacklist International. Since they couldn't get that, Blacklist just ran away with it. They hit their conditions because Falcons APBren could not hit theirs.
And what surprised me was how well they could go away with it. They could run away with this late game, where it felt like there was very little blowback, save for a few pounces of Kyle TZ, for a few moments where Super Marco felt like he could make a heroic entrance.
Yep.
Those are snuffed out really, really quickly.
Yeah, and dare I say, our lot seems to be somewhat cursed for Flap TZ. There have been times in the past where even Flap TZ himself would joke about it, how my R-Lot performance wasn't as good as it could be. But he was just also made to struggle because while waiting for the Ogwin, or if Ogwin's not in position, essentially you want to play Ogwin in more back so that he can make the most out of a Numenon Blast surprise, while the R-Lot's going to be the one frontlining. But then going up against the Faramis, Matilda, and the High Loss, most of the time he just gets bursted down by MP the King. It's sad for the R-Lot. And Flap TZ acknowledged that going into this game, he knew that he was going to be one of the main frontliners, if not the main frontliner for the lineup, because he went in here with a tank emblem. We were talking about fighter assassin for R-Lot earlier. No, he had to go in here with a tank emblem set so that he would have more sustain for himself.
And it was in conjunction with, a Lolita just not being as good as it was maybe from way before, where their tankiness really did hit a bit of
weaker shields.
Take a hit. Yeah, weaker shields, less survivability overall, and then less uptime for Kyle TZ and as well Super Marco.
Yeah, and it was tough. Even if Ogwin thought about building the Flask of the Oasis, first he had to rush the Dominance Eyes, considering that he's up against the Matilda, the Faramis, and the High Loss.
Yeah.
He wanted to reduce the regen that they could be getting for themselves, and that they could dish out for their opponents. So the itemization just did not favor a Lolita that was rocking Revitalize. And it's with the last 2 picks of Falcons APBren that I feel like could have been different, maybe a different damage profile. However, at the end of the day, it was just Blacklist International rocking out with their traditional play style and showing that, yes, the Ube can still be played in the modern day of MLBB. It's tougher. It's just tougher.
It's tougher, but it's doable, right?
Yeah.
Especially with a lineup like this that we saw from Falcons APBren. I was surprised to know, did you notice the Revitalize? It felt like on a Lolita. I don't know. I missed the old one. I guess I missed the old Lolita flare with a flicker.
With a flicker, yeah.
I feel like it might have made more sense here.
I agree with you. There were so many times where we heard Leo mention that there was a wrong positioning for that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. So many things that I'm sure Falcons APBren talking about. But what Blacklist needs to talk about is what OHEB thinks. So let's watch this from OHEB.
Identity namin ngayon, parang yung dating Blacklist lang din. Parang sumusunod lang din kami sa sistema. Basta masunod namin yung sistema namin ng early game, kaya na namin matuloy hanggang late game. Basta wala lang madi-disaster sa amin sa early. Tingin ko yun yung strength namin ngayon.
Interesting. You literally revealed your strat.
It's exactly what we were talking about.
Exactly what we were talking
plus,
about.
I mean, everyone was reading
Right into
Reddit.
it. Exactly.
Yeah, everyone already read it, and it was out there. The Blacklist system is still there. How you're going to modernize it is better. And I think OHEB mentioned the key thing about that is as long as no one falls to disaster in the early, then it's salvageable.
I think a lot of our viewers will remember that, right? The old Blacklist lineup where, you know, the Momsh and the Papsh, they control that early game pretty well, and then the late game, they just use it good communication to take down their opponents, and they did beat out teams like Falcons APBren before. Almost exact same roster, right? So it can happen, and somehow with the new patch that we have right now, they're actually able to kind of utilize it, despite, you know, some weaknesses, possible weaknesses on some of these heroes.
Yeah, and I think it's here where we're really going to start seeing the change-ups and the priorities in the drafting, because a Matilda Nolan priority by Blacklist International really goes up against the trends of the metagame that we've seen so far. But you could also attribute that to the fact that Falcons APBren took away the Edith Harris and Zask in the first phase, so they ended up with what ended up being a more favorable composition for them because of how fast that they could rotate around the map and how well that they could just fight those longer team fights.
And those prolonged team fights obviously will favor a team that has a Faramis. And, of course, the Matilda.
And the
You just walk around everywhere, fly around everywhere, make it easy for you to take it. So Blacklist on blue side right now. If you're going Ube, what's the best first pick, though? That's what I'm thinking. And I think, you know, FCAP will read into that.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking right now, if in terms of the first pick, they could still go for the traditional ones that we have in the meta. I wonder if Blacklist International will take a page out of the book of Falcons APBren and just surprise and prioritize the Matilda. But I wouldn't be surprised if prioritized again in the first phase, this time on the blue side by Blacklist.
Let's look for that later. But for now, guys, if you guys have any plans of going to MPL Philippines, tickets are now 20% off thanks to our official sponsor, Smart. So all you gotta do, become a Smart subscriber, go to the official Philippine website, and enter the promo code SMARTMPLS14 before you make a purchase, and before you go to the match you want to see. You get 20% off for that. That's a pretty generous from our sponsors, Smart. So go ahead and do that. Go ahead and check it out. And if you've ever been holding back, this is the best time to go on site, meet everyone, and experience the games live.
Yeah.
And of course, for now, we're looking for the next Index Salon beauties here in the MPL arena. Looking for the freshest look, and I think they do get something. Have to wait and find out,
prizes.
though. So who is going to be... I mean, this guy is a beautiful beast, I would say.
And, I never thought I'd hear that. Rock hard. I never thought I'd hear you say that.
I mean, there's a lot of very, very good-looking people here.
Congratulations, madam.
To the madam here who is given an Index Salon care package. Thank you so much for, you know, shining and glowing here in the MPL arena. And, yeah, that's the stuff. Brought to us by Index, always keeping us looking fresh and healthy and presentable and, you know, just where we need to be.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'd be hopeless without you, Index.
That is how grateful we are.
Yep.
That's right. So we're going back into it. You know, and I would say, I don't know if a lot of people predicted Blacklist would win in that one, but they did it in style as well. I feel like they did it with so much, what is it, bravado, so much confidence. They were taking fights nonstop.
Yeah.
Except for that last few fights where they dodged, like they
Yeah.
gave away a few objectives. right?
I think it really is just confidence is the main thing whole about it.
Confidence.
If we look here, the win rate for
Ooh.
Blacklist International, 20% on the blue side. So again, it's because they've had not the most glowing season so far.
Yeah.
But you gotta give credit where it's due. The last game, I feel, didn't just take everyone by surprise. It took specifically Falcons APBren by surprise. Their drafting priority, how they played. Even the Falcons APBren had that first turtle. The second was a little bit better. Third was when they completely lost it. Now, I think Falcons APBren in the red side would want to prioritize hero that can end the game quickly by controlling the first 6 minutes.
All right. Comment section. What's the best hero to end it by what? 6 minutes?
Yeah,
Or take control by the
Take
6
control
minutes.
by 6 minutes, where at that point you should have around a 2K plus gold lead.
It's the best hero for the early. Maybe they're thinking Zask. I know the Fanny has already been banned out, so at least Blacklist is still thinking about that. If you want early game dominance, those are the heroes. And they removed them. Ling as well.
Yeah. So, there, Falcons APBren are respecting the Matilda.
Lots of prey.
And now the Rogers gone opens up a lot.
Yeah, great comfort hero for MB the King, by the way. Aside from obviously heroes like the Lancelot. There's the
It really is a Nolan.
The Nolan? Well, how did this get through? I love it. I love it, though. I love the pick. But it's interesting that it flew through. I guess the Matilda's higher priority. That's in the mind of Ducky. We kind of just...
No, yeah, for sure.
Right?
But in terms of the... Because what you want to take away is what strengthens or what allows them to play their playstyle.
Right. The Nolan, what makes a Nolan really nasty is probably the Matilda.
Yeah,
That's what
the
they're thinking.
motility and how well it just does well. So Falcons APBren will clap back. They still pick up the Vexano for a few who had some key knockups in the last one, especially by that long engage that we saw early on at around 3 minutes and 20 seconds in. It was won by Falcons APBren because of a good knockup by few. And then, of course, are going to be packing that Edith into the lineup. Still one of the best heroes that we have in the metagame.
For sure. No team would doubt you if you pick that up on first rotation. Tigreal, though, having a lot of fun in this season so far.
That forces you to pack a Purify onto that Vexana, wherein that puts her at risk now of eating up a combo coming in from the Nolan. So see, Blacklist International will still pick up the Faramis. I feel like if the Matilda was open, they still would have went for the Matilda here alongside that Faramis. A little note about Edith, she was slightly nerfed. They did fix an issue where she wasn't getting the magic power that was supposed to be granted to her when she popped her ultimate once the primal wrath bar beneath. Now that that's fixed, they lowered the total magic power bonus from 30% to 20%, and the scaling is a little bit has been nerfed also as well.
I guess it's not bad if you think about it, because obviously the reason they pick up the Edith anyway in the MPL is just really good setup. Really good tanky. The DPS is probably secondary, but doesn't really help as well. They reduce the overall damage. But yeah, the Julian's still pretty much a good thing, and both teams actually feel like they're very honest with their lineup right now, except the Edith Flex.
Yeah. Good ban up on the Melissa getting taken away. Oh, Falcons APBren taking away the Harith. Yeah, makes sense too. Nathan will still be available though for OHEB if they want to go down the magic
There it
route.
is. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, there. Yeah, exactly what we were just talking about just now. So if you want to see the numbers specifically, it's there on your screens right now. That little nerf onto Edith. I think Falcons APBren would want to consider Claude, considering that they have the lineup that has the Julian.
And yeah, I feel like the Claude is undervalued so far in these picks. And maybe saving it for last, right?
Yeah, but now Blacklist could take it unless OHEB's gonna lean more towards the carry. Carry is well protected with the Terizla and the Faramis on him. The XP lane for Lord GM though is what I'm looking at right now.
You want to go more tanky or more offensive here?
I feel like they could go for a little bit more offensive. I wonder if they're even considering a Toms.
Sounds like a Lord JM hero, you know? Maybe Dilar had some input?
Yeah. Could be... there's a Nathan. Oh, it's still Arlot.
Still
Okay,
Arlot.
yeah.
Spicy. Really spicy here.
Yep. And of course, it's the
And
Claude.
there's the Claude. All right. So things are falling in place pretty much, and I feel like aside from the Arlot pick, it's not super surprising that Blacklist wants to repeat similarly what they did in game number 1.
Yeah. Just play with the sustain, good farming, annoying to go up against. Might be a little different now considering that they're up against, that they have the Tigreal instead of a Matilda. So yeah, just expect Blacklist to try not to die, give up so much, lane switch at around 2nd or 3rd turtle, get that Nathan buffed up. The response from Falcons APBren might be an earlier gank, maybe 2 onto the Nathan so that they can delay it and that they can buff up the already faster power scaling of the Claude.
Yeah, that's right. So both teams are going maybe a bit more late game this time around. Let's throw it over to our casters and see what they think about this one. And the big Franco on your screen.
Welcome to Mobile
Thank you, gentlemen.
Legends.
Renmar, Rockhart breaking down game 2 again. A great draft for Blacklist, dare I say, but I think, given what happened in game 1, FCAP have already adjusted. They picked up a couple of heroes that also got a buff on the way out.
Yeah, this is, I guess when you look at this lineup for this time for FCAP, and that's not to say the previous game was a bad lineup or anything like that. It's just Blacklist came out to play in game 1. They had a very dominant win, and this time FCAP, with the adjustments they made, like our panelists mentioned, you know, some of these changes, especially for some of these heroes, could be good, but overall, even the fact that Super Marco's picking up the Claude this time around, I think just fits better. But I think for FCAP, as long as you contain that power spike we talked about, could change things.
There it is. Talking about things changing for the first time in a while. Claude now rocking the Marksman emblem.
Marksman.
Common emblem, get out of here. He doesn't need that. Homie has no mana. Look at that. Joseph, the blueless life bar on Super Marco.
I wonder how much that will actually change the dynamic of game. Like, you know what I mean? Because for me personally, I don't play Claude like at all. But obviously, I know when you take away the mana bar, it's going to have some form of effect. Throughout it, hold on, mid lane. This is the setup already as Perks gets taken out very quickly. So FCAP this time will get that first blood early on.
Leon Wad combo caught him off. Owen did commit the flicker there, but hey, if it's what you need to snap back the momentum, do what you gotta do. I wonder if Flap knows that MP is waiting here in the long brush. Something tells me he does. Something tells me he does because these movements by Lord JM are very telling. And now it's Haji showing himself. Turtle already up, started by Kyle.
Haji's there, he's like, hey, can I get some XP? So he gets 2 on the Stampede.
Whoa!
Oh, final slash, but the Eternal Guard's gonna help them out as well. Already, Flap not gonna find that setup with a penalty zone, but right now, still the fight's gonna break out. If they'll find 2 with a Flicker Implosion combination as Kyle and Ogwin both go down. So wow, Blacklist comes out swinging.
How about a 2 for up top, a duel between Oheb and Marco. Ult's coming out. There's the Entropy answering the blazing duet. Flap TZ here down to a 1/3 of his health. Oh, slash!
Gets sweeped with a final slash. He's still gonna be alive, but not for long. Good coordination coming out here from Blacklist all over the map right now.
Man, if it's early game like this, you gotta consider that the BOS got nerfed, so at that point, Flap was SOL. And now the fight breaks out, continuing in mid!
Ogwin again in trouble, getting knocked up under the turret. Pop the Primal Wrath will be fine. Right now, FCAP going aggressive. Gonna go in for the purple buff, at least force MP to retry, but he doesn't have it just yet, so he's gotta fight, trying to delay it. But it looks like Kyle TZ will get away with the purple.
Coming in Grand Theft Purple this early on, 3 minutes in. And not to mention, this isn't because they gave up a turtle or anything, it's just that's where they ended up in the rotation. So the movement led to that conversion. Real quick, another check in with the XP lane. Flap here, playing the Terizla. Bodysmith now scales. So in the early game, your max damage reduction is at like 20 plus.
Yeah.
It used to cap off at 30. It always ended up at 30 before. But now you can go up to 35 when you're level 15. So taking these bouts in the early game, they're not good for you. What?
What'd they do to his damage?
Oh, how about
to Julian?
Julian also, I believe, got buffed, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, At this point, especially just the one-on-one, did Julian need a buff?
No, he didn't.
He didn't. I was gonna say I don't think he
got
got
a
a buff.
nerf. His sights deals less damage, but I don't think Owen will tell you the same.
Doesn't seem like it. And right now, the fight for the turtle here. Kyle Teasy will get that one. There's the breakout, the fight that we're looking for. Owen gets it out, pops the Primal Wrath. Blazing duet from Super Marco, and now still going for it. Lord JM tries to get on out of there. Kyle Teasy still possibly looking for MP, but he's forced back. So right now, FCAP again with the objective and some kills and some more gold in the mid.
Joseph, you ever heard of the burnt toast theory?
No.
It seemed like Kyle Teasy there was chasing two goose.
Two goose?
That's Haji and Kyle. If he went in deep to chase one of them for a kill, they wouldn't have converted to a turret much faster in mid.
Gotcha.
So that's a burnt toast theory kind of thing. Like, oh, I'm glad I didn't chase him. I'm glad I wasn't mobile enough. At least I got the push harder.
So I'm glad I didn't eat the burnt toast. Is that where we're at? Like
I only know what it's called. I can't explain it to you. Looking at the map right now, Falcons APBren about 2,000 gold ahead. I'd hate to say it, but this is an image very similar to what happened in Game 1. But the difference is, Joseph, I think Falcons now understand that the map has to be on their side. The fact that the main artery mid has been pushed in first, that's their first major conversion, means FCAP ain't playing around anymore. Not like they were in Game 1.
Not like they were in Game 1, and even when you look at the fighting this time around, it's obviously a little bit different because of the fact that what we're looking on the screen here, Super Marco, instead of playing the Mozcop where, you know, he's pretty delayed and then he joins the fights with the Spirit Destruction, this time around he wants to be in the fight. He wants to join it, and then Blazing Duet where, you know, he's providing as much damage as he can. And like our panelists mentioned,
look at it!
New emote.
That's the FCAP
Oh, Lord JM, hold on.
emote from the new series.
Did they?
That's
I feel like.
Whoa! That was cute. I like that.
Wait, that was the Blacklist one, right? Wait, what?
No.
was that?
Unfortunately, Black doesn't have one. I believe that was an MPL ID one.
Ah, well.
One of them's.
I completely the emotes just threw me off my point there, man.
I want to buy more of them.
I wish I had more diamonds.
Final turtle spawning up top. Upper quarter scored by FCAP, so that's all three turtles going over to the black and yellow and green. About 2,500 up. 2 minutes from now, the turtle will spawn. And check us out. Finding Kyle!
Well, Jukes, Kyle Teasy, waiting for the rest of the team to join him, and already popping out the damage, but Haji's going to take him out instead. The toss-up here from Oakwood, now going to run him down, but they have the Nether Realm. And so Blacklist International all fine in the exchange. Only Kyle Teasy went down.
You know what, Joseph, I'd reckon the patch had nothing to do with that engagement. No numbers could explain exactly what happened there. All you got to see is, dude, that's 3 members of Blacklist that you walked into. That can't be a Rorschach moment. You can't say, I'm not trapped. you just die. The backup from Falcons APBren didn't come in fast enough, or it wasn't just a good position anyway. So I think it was a play that was set up with good intentions, except Blacklist punished him hard.
Yeah, they punished him, and that's, you know, part of this still, it's funny because as we went through the regular season, like, even this Fairness pick has slowly risen back in, like, you know, being a more dominant pick, I would say.
I'd say tier S.
Tier S now?
In your top 3 in mid, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, just having the NetherRealm alone, and of course, too, like, once you have the stacks and you come back really quickly, you know, once you're taken out, like, that is all part of the plan here. But even aside from that, Perks has actually found a lot of good setup potential with the Implosion, even the Flicker combination. So right now, FCAP still kind of dealing with that displacement or just being dragged around, but look how confident they are. They're still going to put this side of them into the jungle of Blacklist.
I mean, if you're 2,000 gold ahead and you're doing well to take control of the map, you know, push where you can, I'd play the same way, you know. Don't let Blacklist get into your head. Don't let them think that even if they did get a free pick off on Kyle, they would, just back down. What's this? 2v1, Joseph!
Yeah, he's got the final slash already. Enhanced Sword's going to be used. Boom! Penalty zone coming out from
MP!
MP has a revenge strike on him. He's going to have a little bit of health, but he dodges and weaves, bombs and weaves, but Lord JM goes down instead. And now MP on the run.
Where are you going?
Waiting for Haji. Should be able to get away to the safety of the team, and now Perks joining the fight, finds 3 with the Implosion. Slides on through as well, and now Oheb unleashing the damage with the Nathan. Gonna be able to find one so far, the 1-for-1 trade, and Lord is up as both teams go for a reset.
If that lasted maybe 2 or 3 seconds longer, Blacklist would have wiped out FCAP. That was amazing use of all of Blacklist's pushback and zone control that it gave OM almost free reign over that team fight. Luckily, again, FCAP used space well enough, and Blacklist second-guessed themselves, given that they are down about 2,000 and a half. And Marco was just around the corner. So with that said, I think at this point, Blacklist is still playing on the back, but they understand that we need to come back. This isn't our game to win just yet. Now, Lord Shuffle started up. Oh, they're blitzing, they're blitzing!
They're blitzing it. Again, Flap with the penalty zone. Super Marco will clear up the Lord. So right now, objective secured. Open, jumping in, but no connection. So now with this FCAP, nice little lead, plus the Lord, Blacklist on the defense.
Man, could have duped me. I could have sworn it was a Lord Shuffle. So they were just doing a top rock, all right? All the B-boys and B goes, no, it's a top rock, the top rock. And then they suddenly do a backflip. That's what that Lord Blitz was.
When you said backflip, I just remember seeing Speed do a backflip and he fell on his back. But they didn't fall this time. They got the Lord and they made it work. So here we go.
Why did he do that?
I don't know why he did that.
Super Marco in trouble placing the wedge!
Oh, the damage is too much! As Super Marco's taken out, and now I'm wondering why he did that. Well, he tried, but he was relying on the fact that he had the Blaze Nuit and the Purify.
It's at the point where Blacklist has some kit. It's off of Oheb's Benny Bomb. It's the sheer burst from Oheb's name.
Yeah. What do we call that? Is it just the Nathan bomb? Like, I mean, it happens so quick.
If Benny doesn't do it, then I guess it's just
Nathan bomb.
It's the Nathan bomb.
It's the Nathan bomb right now. Fighting in the jungle. Flap taking a couple shots from Lord JM. I don't think that he wants to go for that fight. Final Slash going to be used too, but ultimately, the Lord was taken care of, and Blacklist maintains at least their base for now.
I'd reckon that would have been a good exchange for FCAP if only Marco didn't die.
Yeah.
Say what you will about it being a Lord that was left alone. There really wasn't much that FCAP did to escort the Lord. They still did get a push up top. You know, bottom lane almost went down. Wait, what's going on? Lord JM!
Toss up with Lord JM, and he gets knocked up into the air. They have to rely on the Nether Realm as well, all fighting around the purple buff. Eternal Guard's going to drop down as well, and now FCAP continues on. They find it too. Now Blacklist, Oheb has to flicker out as well. FCAP just taking control of this side of the map, and will get the tier 2 in the mid, and will set their sights on the Holy Shields, now the base turrets.
Blacklist made the right move. If earlier it was Oheb, I was saying, you know what, he could have gotten away with so much more. Ogun had the perfect angle. Rocking the Warcry on this Edith, he had a marksman. He lived in marksman paradise. That angle off to the left, no one was looking at him. He was just pew, pew, pew with the Primal Wrath.
That's the best thing, you know, run the Warcry, go in with the flicker, get the knockup, and then just boom, Primal Wrath, unleash. And so that's what Ogren did.
Yeah.
On again.
Marco's looking for revenge. MP put down a third of his health. Where'd that damage come from?
I don't know. I think at this point, too.
It could have steamed like Claude's dual pistols turned to a shotgun.
Yeah, I think, no, part of this, Oakland as well, there's a whole lot of damage being thrown out. Blacklist, so even despite this 5K difference in terms of economy between the two teams, Blacklist can fight. Like, they are there. You saw a couple of big items being picked up too. And I think that's why we see them kidding around this Lord fight.
Oh yeah, for sure. Look at this, Perks looking for the angle. Lord JM as well. Only one of them has the flicker. Lord now approaching half health. Few in control of this river brush. Shows himself a bit. Looking for the juke. That's Ogwin up top in the long brush, taking care of the wave. Lord now approaching a third of its health. Oh, no. Blacklist not in zone here. Blacklist, MP and Oib are a little too far.
A little bit too far right now, too. Also, big defensive items locked in now for FCAP. Immortality here for Ogwin, and also the Wind of Nature for Super Marco.
Everyone's in the zone. Everyone's in the pit. Lord now at half health. Again, river control over to Falcons APBren. Blacklist have to find a miracle angle. There's the conceal. Perks pushing them back. Haji looking for a pull. Lord now close to going down.
Already too much damage from that Nathan bomb. And now they're going to have to back off. An implosion on the backside. Going to be able to find 3. It's a double for Oheb. He's looking for more. Super Marco tries to keep him alive, and somehow Ogwin picks up a couple himself. He'll run away down the mid lane into the jungle. Bottom side. Still has an immortality, just buying time. But in the mid lane as well, Super Marco's there alongside Oheb. Eventually Ogwin will go down. Lord making its way down the bot. Ogwin
Anytime now.
taking a couple shots, will finally fall, and Oheb goes in on the aggression, but Super Marco is still fine.
Could have sworn two things. Ogwin should have died like 10 seconds sooner, and then Marco was going to go down, but Oheb here playing the ever-cautious gold laner. He knows that even with his 4-1-1 KDA, they're still down 3K, and he has to take care of himself. If ever he put himself in a position where Marco can punish him, Blacklist couldn't afford Oheb dying, not right now. So the Lord taken care of down bottom, not much FCAP could have done there, maybe negative net on the results of that. But now look at this, Blacklist reclaiming a good chunk of their jungle.
Trying to, just doing work, trying to secure this buff, of course, and they will do that. And that's why you look at that last fight, and you realize how important just those two items from Ogwin and Super Marco were. The immortality and then the Wind of Nature, because if Super Marco didn't have the Wind of Nature in that whole fight, he would have gone down as well.
That's right. Wind of Nature played such a key role there, and maybe even helped against Oheb, because after Oheb does the Benny Bomb, or in this case, the Nathan Bomb, he's just right-clicking. He's just auto-attacking, and that helps when you have the Wind of Nature. Sure, magic damage will come through to you, but as long as it's a basic attack, the Wind of Nature will see that. So with that said, a minute now left before the Lord spawns upper quarter of the map. Luckily here, FCAP has bottom lane all taken care of. So long lane control, definitely over to the side of the Falcons. The agents know what they can do, is Joseph. I'll tell you now, just keep fighting.
Just keep fighting.
They're so good at fighting.
They are. I mean, their team composition, and this is what they did in game one so well. It was the team fighting to be able to push and pull and dance with FCAP in these team fights.
That's what happened in the Lord just now.
Yeah.
Because it could have been a free Lord. FCAP could have just blitzed the hell out of that, but Blacklist didn't allow him.
They didn't allow it.
They said, you know, we'll kill 4 of y'all, and then maybe you can have the Lord.
And you saw what happened to Flap, man. Like, Flap, I don't know. This Terizla looks definitely different now. There's something about the Terizla that just isn't as tanky, and maybe it's what you talked about earlier, the body of Smith scaling.
Well, now, at level 15, it's at 35%.
Yeah.
So he's chunkier now. But earlier, different story.
Yeah. It's kind of showing here, but I ultimately still, for Flap, one good set with the penalty zone is going to have value for this, and now this next Lord is up here. They know Super Marco's down the bot. He pushed that lane, so they're going to blitz it.
Black is going.
Half health already. Flap's going to be able to find through the penalty zone, but already Winter Crown has to be popped, and now he's going to be worked on. Super Marco just on that side. Gets the Blazing Duet off with a fight. They're trying to work through the bars, but Oheb gets more. MP and Haji on the run. And RJM as well. Just getting run down, shot down by Super Marco. As Kyle picks up perks as well. 3 fall for Blacklist.
A bloody exchange. 3 for 2, FCAP coming out on top, and it's not like they can just as quickly go for the Lord, because MP the King and the KD machine is dead. Haji! Oh!
Super Marco, I guess he didn't want to get that last shot. He got off. Kyle might look for this, but he's just going to push in with a minion. He wants to challenge MP the King. He knows Aji's not going to be able to fight it. Damage, that's what we're talking about with this Julian.
Try me, MP, try me! He's going in!
He's going in, and now it's Haji. Super Marco and Kyle TZ here. They're just going to work on the base. They don't have enough minions, though. Ogwin got the Lord and all of it, and now Kyle TZ gets another before he finally goes down.
And I'll be honest with you, the SEA Games gold medalist, Michael Saison, went a little too deep.
Went a little too deep.
He bit off more than he could chew. He bit off like 3 families worth of food right here underneath the base.
I feel like he's limit testing. He's
like, I would be the same if I got that 2v1, the turret and MP. In that moment, I would have done the same.
Just look at my items. that felt like what it was. Just look at my damage. This is the perfect time to just be like, you know, Julian, you might want to go and look at the damage numbers again on this hero, because, man, it just seems like it's even more now. Even though technically, right, he didn't have any buffs.
He got nerfed, if anything. that enhanced scythe got its numbers tweaked down. But looking at the current battlefield here, FCAP up by 4,000 gold. Blacklist making quick work of that Lord marching in. That is permanent damage dealt to that top lane.
Yep.
It's penetrated, so wow. Falcons APBren, as if as they were oracles, prophets of the future. That long lane now, Joseph, it's switched over. It's on the top lane, and that's where Blacklist need to pay more attention. That's what they have to defend against.
A little flip-flop happening here, and again, you're still at this point, like you're a minute and a half away from this Lord. I don't see Blacklist wanting to fight like in their jungle unless FCAP forces something. They might as well just wait for the Lord here.
That's right. It's not as simple anymore. You can't just say, oh, Blacklist, you're better at fighting. Keep fighting. No, if Falcons APBren some way, somehow divide and conquer you, like they did. They started off with a penalty zone that, you know what, damned if you, damned if you don't. If you don't break up, we will come in. It looked like Blacklist was going to win because they started the fight with a 1-for-2 exchange. And then eventually FCAP went and finished the job. It's those kinds of situations that Blacklist have to think about. They have to consider, all right, when and where does Perks commit the implosion? Because FCAP's not going to serve themselves up on a silver platter.
Yeah, and I would say at least the majority of this game, Perks has been doing a phenomenal job at finding those moments. Like, he might have missed a couple, but really, I think he's also seeing where Flap goes. A lot of times, when Flap is the one initiating with the penalty zone or the flicker combination that we see, that's where we see Perks respond. So that might change when we get to this next Lord, though, in about less than 30 seconds. Because what if? What if it's a Blacklist that actually takes the initiative? What if it's them that possibly catches FCAP by surprise?
And that's what's scary if you're a B, if you're a fan of Falcons APBren, because you can't deny that Blacklist's team fighting has been spot on, possibly the best it's ever been in Season 14. Haji, a threat. Perks, a threat. Lord JM, say what you will about his KDA right now, but he hits you with a single final slash, puts you in the sights of Oheb. Yeah. It's over. You're going to get nade-bombed, son.
That's what they're going for.
So watch out. Look at this now. FCAP making themselves scarce here. Spreading out. They know the threat of Perks. It's very real. Taking control of that small brush down bottom near the creep. Oheb pulling it. All right, the only ones hidden. Marco, Kyle, Hugh, getting some stacks on. Oh, going for the relocation. Conceal on Ogwin. Checking on Perks.
Ogwin's going to find Perks, so they just stare at each other, but finally, Ogwin has to flicker out, but Flap will be able to find the mark here on Lord JM. Able to get the Nether Realm out too, and Fuse in trouble. Immortality's going to be popped. Count TZ picks one up as well as he gets out of dodge, but Flap's already out of the picture alongside Few, and they get the Lord. MP gets the Lord. And FCAP lost 2 members. They lost the Lord as well.
Very sneaky. Blacklist punishing Falcons APBren for their attempted backdoor victory. You see that, Joseph?
I saw it.
There was 2 fat waves coming in. Another one on the way. If only Falcons APBren made that fight last maybe a wave's worth more.
Yeah.
And then had Marco be part of that, it would have been over, but look at the response by Blacklist. This is how good they are at team fighting and how well they can time these engagements. They punished FCAP, took 2 out on the way, Few and Flap, saved themselves, got the Lord, and now they're inside the base!
Now they're inside the base, knocking on the mid lane. Turret's already going to drop, and there's the bomb we were talking about. Already Immortality popped once again, and Owen trying to keep them at bay, trying to hold and pull the Lord as well away. Still has the Immortality. A penalty zone again, though, on the defense from Flap TZ. He'll keep Blacklist from pushing in. They still got to deal with the Lord, and then MP the King on the Bros goes in. We'll be able to find Ogwin. And now still looking for more here, down 3 members
down!
as Oheb jumps in with a Nathan bomb we were talking about, and they'll go and get more.
Minions!
Plus the base as Blacklist will sweep FCAP.
The agent's loud roar from all around the world is deafening. One of the biggest upsets of Season 14 you have borne witness to. Blacklist sweeping Falcons APBren.
And that is exactly what they needed to happen here. And like you said, Leo, this is the best team fighting and synergy that we have seen from all the iterations of Blacklist International in Season 14. They came out, adjustments were clear, and they played phenomenally in this series.
Joseph, I'm at a loss for words. Not just Blacklist's development, not just their team fighting. Within their own growth in Season 14. I'd say they're top 3 team fighting teams right now. Just the way they are in the late game, just how they're good at spotting out targets and making these weaknesses come through. Like, I was gonna say second to none, but I might be speaking too soon. GG well played to Falcons APBren.
Taking them out here again. We'll have to see the adjustments. That again, they're already secured their playoff spot, but still, there's some changes happening here with how things are going.
The tides of a change, and we are all here bearing witness. Let's throw it over to the stage. Mara Aquino is joined by Blacklist International for the winner's interview.
All right, agents, let me hear it from you. Blacklist! Congratulations to Blacklist International. What a sweep! MP the King, ano nga ba yung nag-motivate sa inyo? Kasi ibang klase ang ipinakita nyo simula pa lang ng Week 6 para naman matalo ang Titans of MLBB. What was the motivation?
Una-una, syempre, yung mga fans na naniwala pa rin sa amin kahit palubog na kami. Tapos, siguro yung pinaka-hinugutan talaga namin, yung tiwala ng management sa amin, lalo na kila Coach Bon, kila Coach Eson, tapos kila lahat ng coaches namin. Kasi despite ang pangit ng mga pass runs namin, hindi siya nawala ng tiwala sa amin. Kaya yun talaga pinagugutan namin.
And I said it before, it doesn't matter what happened before, what matters is what you guys are doing right now. Haji, before na-mention mo na parang hindi nyo pa nahahanap yung identity, yung true identity ng Blacklist International ngayong season. With this win, ano nga ba yung identity ng Blacklist?
Basta mabigay lang talaga namin yung best performance namin. Kagaya nun, si First kanina, ang ganda ng mga set niya kanina. Yun po. Siguro identity namin, parang ubi pa rin kasi pag nakaparamis kami, ganun Tapos yun, nananalo.
You know, I like that I'm seeing you smile right now. You're in such a great mood. At eto, sigurado ako magiging good mood sila pag nalaman ang ating MVP. Can I hear who it is? Sino? Let's take a look at the screen. Our MVP, Haji! Haji, anong gusto mo sabihin sa lahat ng mga agents ang sigaw na sigaw ngayon?
Thank you po sa walang sawang pagsuporta nyo. Gagalingan pa po namin lalo. Tapos, di po kami susuko hanggat di pa po natatapos yung regular season. Kahit, tatry pa rin po namin makapasok sa playoffs.
And that's what we want to hear. And now it's time to announce ang ating lucky fan na mananalo ng 3,000 diamonds. Come on up! Hi! Come here. What's your name?
Mateo po.
Mateo, ilang taon ka na, Mateo?
11 years old.
11 years old, Mateo. Sino ang favorite player mo dito sa Blacklist International?
Okay po.
Si Oheb! Oheb, dito ka naman. Okay. Bakit si Oheb ang paborito mo?
Magaling po kasi siya mag-marksman.
Oh, may gusto ka ba sabihin kay Oheb? Kaharap mo na siya ngayon. Anong gusto? Alam mo, hindi lahat nagkakaroon ng pagkakataon na makausap yung kanilang idol. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanya, Mateo?
Galingan niyo po para mag-champion.
Galingan para mag-champion. Ikaw naman, Oheb, anong gusto mong sabihin? Message kay Mateo.
Thank you sa pagbutihin mo mag-aaral, puro ML.
Oh, pagbutihin ng pag-aaral, wag puro ML. Now, Mateo, ito yung ginagawa natin kasi ikaw yung lucky fan natin. Magbabaw ka kasama yung Blacklist, tapos maglalakad ka. Okay, with them? Okay, pwede kang i-guide ni Oheb. Alright? Alright, Blacklist International, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations, Blacklist International. Sabi nga nila, hindi sila susuko and they're still gonna try to make it to the playoffs. And with that 2-0, their chances can still be there. I-break down namin ang laban para sa inyo. So we're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok!
There you go. OHEB inspiring a new generation of players, and Blacklist International inspiring every single team that has ever wanted to go for their playoffs run. What an amazing performance. Our MVP here is Perks.
He got that 3-man implosion there at the end during that Lord fight. I believe it was Kyle, not Ogwen, because Ogwen was macking at it with the Lord. It was Kyle, Few, and Flap Teasy that he got with that implosion. And all throughout the game, he was on point with the implosions, finding the right sets or counter sets to dish out up against Falcons APBren. That was one of the examples there early on into the game where Blacklist International would just find their moments and make moments out of getting implosions from their Tigreal. And besides Perks with the setups, I don't know if it was communicated all throughout. We can't hear it. However, I'd really want to point out just how well Perks and Lord JM specifically were on point with their setups. And you see the release of emotion there from Perks with just how important this win meant for Blacklist International. And to be the roamer when it happened is great for him. And congratulations to the young man and to Blacklist.
That's right. I saw a lot of people really impressed by that. I saw someone on YouTube referring to that play. Michael Marwin said that would have been a big loss if Perks didn't make those sets.
Yeah.
And I feel like that is so true. But at the same time, it's impressive that the Nolan just keeps making things happen.
Yeah.
And OHEB just keeps forming up. And again, these are things that are enabled by that man that you see right there.
Late game Nathan damage, no joke. In MPL Philippines Season 13, it was the Nathan as one of the trump card picks of Blacklist International that helped them make that Cinderella playoffs run, going through that gauntlet, making themselves a top 4 team in MPL Philippines Season 13. Looking at the lineup of Falcons APBren, we're going to have to look to that to give Blacklist International's lineup their flowers. Heavy burst damage jungler similar to the Nolan. You see there the effect of now allowing the Claude to have a marksman emblem, 2-item power spike instead of the 3. When he was already joining the team fights, that was only Demon Hunter Sword and Golden Staff. It felt like Claude that had 3 items worth of damage. You have the Terizla that, yes, in the early game, a little bit softer, a little bit not as tanky as before.
Yeah, like Leo said, damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? That's what the Terizla is right now. At the same time, Flapteasy had to keep trying. He had to try to make those plays. And even if it does hit, even if the penalty zone does hit, sometimes it wasn't even enough.
Yeah, and now we go look up at the lineup of Blacklist International. OHEB in the interview talked about their system. And you could just see the multiple team fights, whether it was directly called out piece by piece or not, or it was just everyone in Blacklist International being on point, knowing what they had to do at the specific moment. It would be the implosion coming in, Lord JM delaying the backline entry. In that last team fight, he was able to find the access onto Few and Super Marco, who was at the back line, separating Falcons APBren somewhat from the major team fight. The usages of the Nether Realm coming in from Haji.
Oh yeah, man.
OHEB talked about the system, and you saw that system go to work in that game number 2.
Talking about the system, they trusted the system, they trusted the play, they trusted the power of their composition, and all they gotta do is play. And they played to their strengths here. They played to the optimum levels. They didn't always get the wins on the team fights, but they got it when it matters.
Yeah, it was scrappy all throughout. Falcons APBren were willing to trade some very risky trades that I think a lot of teams would be surprised with the aggression that they would show sometimes. Even though they'd lose 1 or 2 key, they'd have key damage dealers still alive, so they'd pull the trigger and say, you know what, let's chase down and see what we can do. We have minion waves pushing off, especially in the top side anyway. No, it was just a great response by Blacklist International as a team.
And if we're talking about Blacklist International, you can't talk about Blacklist International without, of course, talking to the man, the myth, the legend himself, the man with a plan. And you know who that is. It is Bon Chan joining us here in the Infinix Game Tambayan. Right here, fresh from that win. Bon Chan, brother.
What's up?
It's been a while. So, what was the thing that was going through your mind after this 2-0? Did you kind of expect this result to happen here? Against FCAP, man?
For me, as long as mabigay nila kung ano yung pinapractice sa scrims, as long as mabigay nila yung performance na ginagawa nila sa scrims, I'm good. Regardless kung anong maging result, ibig sabihin nilang, in-apply nila kung ano yung pinaghirapan namin regardless kung anong maging result. Kung matalo, that means may mali sa system.
So as long as the team really just gets to do what you do in practice and get to execute that, then you'll be happy with that. So what changed between last week and this week? What can you tell us about what Blacklist International did behind the scenes? What did you focus on improving on so that you'll be ready for the series against Falcons APBren?
Before, sa sobrang dami ng choices with their hero pool, sobrang ang dami ding choices, ang daming variants when it comes to draft.
And the players.
Yes,
so
and
many
the players.
players.
And so many players. And it will take time before I get the proper combination. And of course, even I get the proper combination, it won't matter if they are not activated. It won't matter if I don't know what their individual strength is.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
it will take time for me to adapt to their own strengths, and then let's try to build some strategy that will focus to your strengths.
All right. One thing I also want to ask is we saw there at the end, Perks got emotional.
He was like, oh my
with that
goodness.
win. So what can you tell us about Perks behind the scenes and what he's like as a player?
So what happened to Perks in the first few weeks is kada magseset siya talagang pilit. Hirap talaga sa force set, force ulti. This time, he waited for the right moment to come.
Okay. So you watched some video, you said, you know what, you're forcing it. Maybe just wait for the call, wait for the perfect timing, and then it just improved a lot, right? I feel a lot of people are really giving him the big props.
Yeah. So behind the scenes, are there specific players who encourage Perks or help Perks? Hey, I think you should go here. We go to this position instead.
Yeah.
Are there players like that behind the scenes?
All of his teammates, including Haji, because Haji came from position 5.
Yeah.
So he has some experience that he can share with Perks, and also I compile some replays with those players that can set properly.
Wow! The set list. Oh, you gave a playlist of setters.
Yeah.
A set list.
A set list, yeah. That's cool.
That's smart. Oh my goodness. Again, this is Blacklist still on the road to playoffs. I don't know what else to say here, but you know what? What's the mindset of what's the mindset you're trying to give to these players? Is it the same as what you were doing before with the old Blacklist?
For now, we're not looking onto the points because it doesn't matter if we will make on the playoffs or not. As long as we are giving our best to our upcoming matches, then we're good. And then we will assess after that. We come to the worst that we won't make it to the playoffs, then we can assess that. Okay, next season, I will still go for this lineup.
Yeah, interesting lineup.
And if we will make it to the playoffs, then it's a different story.
Yeah, of course. But that's great, game per game basis. Real quick though, this latest patch, did it shake up the meta for you and your drafting sequencing very quickly?
Just a little bit, especially those heroes that got nerfed.
Yeah. Okay.
I think di ganong effect. Di ganong mararamdaman yung epekto.
We'll talk about that more later. But for now,
you can nerf the hero but not the player.
Hey. Thank you so much, Bon Chan. And that's going to be it for us here at the Infinix Game Tambayan. See you guys in a bit for match number 2.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now. live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after. Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now. Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming with new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka now for 15 days. Load now, live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon. power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Worldbreaker! Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Who are you?
tingnan nyo yung positioning ni Kusei. Wala namang masama. Sige, umabante ka ng konti kasi kailangan mong depensahan yung Lord. Pero ang nalimutan niya dito, bilang yung oras ng flicker niya. Ngayon, hindi ko alam kung ano yung call dito ng RSG. And ayoko naman mag-assume. Pero during this time, na nakaabante tong 3 o 4 pa nga yung nandito, yung killer instinct ni Chaknu, parang biglang na-trigger Naisip niya, okay, walang flicker to si Kusei, umabante ng konti. Ngayon, ang meron na lang siya, either mag-dash ng paharap o mag-dash dito, maglakad dito sa area na to, na hindi rin ganun ka-smart kasi nandyan din naman si Ukir. So, ang pinaka-choice na talaga niya dito ay mag-dash back and umasa na umabot siya dito sa area na to. Makikita natin gagawin niya yan. Ayan sinubukan na niya lahat, nag-ulti pa siya in case na kailangan niyang bumanat agad. Pero sadyang nahuli na siya ni Chaknu. And the moment na nahuli ni Chaknu si Kusei, alam na ng Omega na endable to. Ngayon, 50-50 pa rin yung call ni Chaknu dun Nung pumasok si Chaknu dito, sumunod agad si Ryota. That is really good. Pero nandito pa rin yung inhibitor turret. Tsaka nasa si Andoryu. Nasa mid lane si Andoryu, parang medyo mahirap, 4v5 yung nangyayaring laban dito. But it didn't matter kasi nakuha niya ni Chaknu yung main damage dealer sa side ng RSG. And that's a big thing. So kahit ba sabihin nating late si Andoryu, sapat na yung ginawa ni Ryota pati na rin ni Chaknu para panalunin yung larong to. Base lock na lang to and Omega takes the game.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power All-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant.
But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never...
No one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. Now fill with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now. Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
Who are you fighting for? No one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM, backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now. Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burn, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat, we hear that full load, SS parang Lyra.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow!
Yeah, malakas ang Pinas.
Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, 'cause we just cannot be defeated.
We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control.
Pakita ko na jab like pow. East to the southeast.
Taas sa matawag, proud and loud, 'cause every enemy we devour.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko aatras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko aatras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the TLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Lakas ng Pinas!
Patay to, double to. Tingin nga sa akin. Okay. Moscow. Power lock. Woo! Guys, linis lang. Patay sa barko! Patay! Hero!
Nothing like a good therapeutic woo to close off a game and a series. Leo here at your service, joined by Naisu, calling these matches for tonight. You're watching MPL Philippines Season 14. Experience the strength of the Philippines. Joseph, I still can't get over it. Blacklist straight up swept FCAP.
Yeah, I'm glad that it happened. It shook things up, of course, where we still have teams trying to lock in their playoff spot. This is what Blacklist International need. Again, if you've been watching them throughout the season up to this point, they have come out with different lineups, different iterations, and this is, you heard them. I mean, they were saying it in Tagalog, but linis lang. Like, it was the cleanest game we've seen from a while for them.
And where does that bring him? Of course, a point further away from a TNC Pro team. They're now at 2 points, still down there in the red zone, as we like to call it.
Yep.
And they still have to go through RSG Philippines and Team Liquid. You know what? Let's take it one game at a time. One team at a time. Go off of RSG. Because again, a point per series win.
Yeah.
And there's what, like 3 weeks left?
Yeah, basically. I mean, you don't have, the way you can say it is you don't have that many chances left. And even at that point, if you're Blacklist International and you're an agent out there, this was the best scenario that they could have today, of course. And yes, focus it at one game or one match at a time. Their next opponent after they get done with FCAP here today was, I believe it's RSG, right? It's RSG. So there's a lot, of course, that they can take from the series against a team like FCAP and bring it to the next one.
Folks, if you see the gap between Falcons APBren and Blacklist, again, this is a team that was formed, what, 2.5 years ago, Falcons APBren.
Yeah.
They've been around the world and they've won so much, up against Blacklist International, who has been rewriting their code, re-enlisting different players. Hell, even their coaching staff, got jogged up for a bit. And now here they are upsetting FCAP, denying them a point. and barreling further even more. And where does that bring us? Right here, right now, into our main event of the evening. You're about to witness Team Liquid Philippines face off against Aurora. Joseph, what do you think?
Well, number one, I'm just going to say it again, right? The emote. Get the emote, because it's probably, I would say, universally one of the favorite ones, so definitely grab that, but this is going to be a fun match.
We saw a little bit of the Falcons APBren one. We'll see more of Aurora and TLPH's Rico. We'll find out in just a bit. Real quick, I got a question for y'all. Are you feeling bored with your usual ranked matches? Spice things up with Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 6.
It's already Season 6, and it's your time to step up your game and face off against the best ahead of you guys. Signups are open for all qualifiers. Just head on over to esl.gg/SPSMLBB. Grab that chance while you guys have right now, because it's happening. Season 6 is upon us.
Team Liquid Philippines was in the grand finals of the recently concluded Season 5. They went all 7 games against the eventual champion, Falcons APBren. This is the opportunity you were not going to want to miss. So go ahead, register now, join in. SPS MLBB Season 6 coming your way. Speaking of coming our way, there's a best-of-3 matchup coming up, and that is just around the corner. We'll have our analysts, Renmar Santa Cruz and Rockhard, break it down for y'all at the Infinix Game Tambayan.
Welcome, it is us. I am Rockhard, and this is Renmar, and this is the Infinix Game Tambayan. And we have witnessed an upset of epic proportions.
Hell yeah.
Titan has been slain today. Will it make 2? Will 2 happen? I'm not sure. But we're here, sure as hell gonna find out.
Yeah, it's interesting because if I'm not mistaken, if Blacklist International lost the series earlier, if they lost the Falcons APBren, Aurora would have had a chance to secure and lock in their playoff slot here now. But since that didn't happen, well, these two teams are just really fighting for still equally important points, and maybe a little bit of a grudge held between these two.
That is correct. And again, so many things happened earlier, but now we are focused on the matchup that is before us. And because of the win of Blacklist, we're not going to talk too much about playoffs just yet. We're going to put that on a bit of a pause. Obviously, every win still matters. But now, both teams going to have to hit the reset button, because we're going to talk about the junglers. And their junglers are something of a, it's a vacation-heavy matchup.
Huh? What do you mean?
People have been talking about, who's taking a vacation when, right?
Oh,
there was a bit of a back and forth between Demon Kite and, of course, Carl Teasy, who are on your screens right now, who, yes, are finally going to face each other off. And the first time around, it was a very interesting story. Yeah, the first time they faced off, Team Liquid Philippines lost to Aurora. And after that, well, if you notice, Carl Teasy was sub for a week. It was Zyda playing in week 5. That's right.
Now we will see if the young goat is going to be making a comeback for this matchup up against Demon Kite, who up against Falcons APBren. Yes, Aurora lost. Games 1 and 3 were absolutely rough for the Auroras. But game number 2, he was an absolute beast on that Hayabusa 9-0-1. It was off of his play and aggression that led to a snowball for Aurora. But the problem is, I have this feeling that maybe Team Liquid Philippines would not want to give that Hayabusa anymore to Demon Kite. Other than his performance that we saw last time, there were changes to Hayabusa and how fast he gets to dish out the damage once you level up his ultimate to level 2 and 3.
That's right.
It's so difficult to catch Hayabusa now.
And Hayabusa, definitely a point of contention possibly for both of these players who are now trying to eye that assassin role. Obviously, better for Demon Kite right now. Carl TZ been very vocal about, trying to focus down, trying to get better again with Assassins. So we'll see that later on. Again, Hayabusa, it says adjust, but a lot of people are saying it's a big buff. We'll talk about that a little bit more later. But for now, we are going to look back into their match up between Week 4, Day 2. It was a 2-0 against TLPH here for Aurora.
And it was a one-sided series. If you look at and compare the KDA, average damage dealt, the turtle control rate really just goes to show how well the Aurora dominated Team Liquid Philippines in the last time that they met up.
Yeah.
Another hero from that series is Yue, 2 Valentina games, and that is a signature Valentina for Yue at this point if you're not familiar with the young man, with how well he uses it in the mid lane, with how aggressive he is. And if you give him the right ultimate to steal, he will make the most out of it. He had the Minoan Fury of the Minotaur to steal in that game number 1 against TLPH, and every time he made the most out of it, countering the initiations that Daddy JP himself, the Minotaur of Team Liquid Philippines, wanted to do.
And you're talking about the Minotaur, we have to talk about Mr. Renegade himself, man.
Why'd you point at me when you say Renegade? Is it because our names are similar?
I mean, you guys are very flawless.
Thank you.
And you know what? Renegade has been flexing Hitman and Healman for a lot of these series, and it's very hard to actually pin him down, just like you. And I wonder,
that didn't come out right.
I really wonder if Angela and Joy are gonna still make an appearance. Joy has been a lot more missed than hit, I'll be honest.
Yeah, but I believe it was Aurora. No, Demon Cat also had a really great game as a Joy. So I think that's honestly one thing that TLPH still needs to respect, the potential Angela Joy that Renegade and Demon Cat can dish out.
So that's something that we really, really want to find out. But for the meantime, head over to the watch party at Ateneo de Manila University if you are a big fan of the Auroras, who seem to be just having watch parties each and every single place in the whole of Metro Manila.
Yeah.
I feel like they've been going everywhere.
Yeah, we can have a watch party up in my house. No, I'm not gonna be able to. I don't
Pretty
live
big
in a
house.
No, I do not. I do not live in a big house, man. The Auroras are gonna have to find a much better venue than my place.
So yeah, I feel like if you are, I know you guys are watching at home, maybe try to look for more friends to watch with, because to be honest, it's better to watch MLBB with its friends, you know? For the meantime, you can also go to the comment section, show your support. Who do you think is winning here? Is Carl TZ coming into play here today? Will we see Zaida? We don't know. But do you think TLPH will win either way? Or do you think the Auroras are just going to keep winning here? Let us know in the comment section. I want to know what you guys think. I believe I predicted Aurora for this one. Just because I feel like they're in a pretty good rhythm right now.
Mine was TLPH, and that's from me thinking that Sanford might pop off in this series. Might be the standout player. Oh, who is your standout player vote?
Standout player, I believe, is Yue.
Yue. That's a great one.
There's a reason people shout out his name.
Yue.
Then you're gonna see that like.
Yeah. I really hope TLPH does the recall spam. If y'all are still not familiar, this is the best recall to spam right now in terms of level of annoyance.
It's true.
Like, you will tilt if you see your opponents
going like that.
Flex this on you. The other one is surprisingly EVOS, the Indonesian one.
Yeah.
Because there's a certain soundtrack there that sounds kind of whimsical. I'll use whimsical as a lighter term, but yeah, it's
if you know, you know. Check it out in the in-game store if you haven't checked it out yet. So for the meantime, obviously these recalls are already available, and sometimes you can get lucky. I believe Burrito pulled it with 3 rolls.
3 draws.
I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, not 3 10 times draws. He just drew the one time thrice, and he got it.
I don't know. It's just a burrito thing, I guess. And yeah, I drew mine in 9, 10 times. Anyway,
ouch.
Yes, so it's not as bad as some other people. Obviously, you can get a bit unluckier, but give it a try, especially, and of course, to support your favorite teams right now. Big favorite are the Auroras, the Evos, obviously, and the TLPH. Top spot.
In terms of the Philippine ones, if you're a big APBren fan, the APBren one is a good spammable.
Oh, it's classy.
TLPH is spammable. Surprisingly, the Fnatic Onyx Philippines one, when you spam it, there's just always like a thunder strike lightning hitting, and it's really cool. So those are the ones that I like in terms of like how well they spam.
And now we know what Renmar does during the games. Just spams it non-stop instead of focusing on the game.
Yeah. Hey, I spam it when I'm winning. And
I
lose
winning.
because I'm spamming.
There you go. That explains a lot.
Get your
right?
facts right, bro. I win first, then I spam, then I lose.
And he's Mythic Immortal, so he would know why, right?
Just honor, man.
Just
Let's
honor,
not lie
okay.
to them. Let's not lie to them.
So, we'll talk about that more later on. Let us know what your rank is on the comment section. But for now, here comes the teams walking in on the stage. I wonder who is gonna play today.
At ang dinastiya ng TLPH ay muling pabawagsakin ng fanatic Onyx Philippines.
What a game! Wow! Look at the celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Fanatic Onyx Philippines.
Nagkulang na kami sa decision siguro o kaya sa hero namin. Naluwi kami.
Na-earlyan kami. Pili ko yun kasi nung na-earlyan kami, medyo nahirapan na kami kung paano kami babawi sa execution.
At eto na yata yun! Smart Omega ang makakakuha ng serye!
Ang gagawin namin na siguro magpa-practice talaga kami ng sobra-sobra. Kung pwede doble o i-triple pa para ma-depensa namin itong MPL championship namin.
Pagkahandaan po namin TLPH, siguro depende po sa maglalaro, si Saidaman or si Carl Casey.
The time for redemption begins for these two teams. But introducing our marshals, Jeff, Chico, Pat, and Wilbert. The lights refuse to dim as they fight their way towards the top. They are the fearless game changers of the season. Welcome, Aurora! The reigning champions hold the crown for a reason. They are a team that always finds their way from tough situations. Cheers for the cavalry! It's Team Liquid Philippines! And their coaches. For Aurora, Coach Master the Basics. For Team Liquid Philippines, Coach Saire.
It's time for the face-off. Carl TZ, Demon Kite, step forward. Carl TZ, paano mo babawian si Demon Kite at ang Auroras? Ano ang palag mo?
May flex kami sa emote.
Demon Kite, paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi si Carl TZ?
Inspired ako maglaro ngayon, may TP kami.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. The road to redemption for these two teams begin this week. Which team will find what they seek? Simulan na natin ang bakbakan. Panel, pasok!
You know what? I gotta agree, it's really hard to fight that emote, but you know what? They are gonna bring it to the land of dawn. For sure, this is Aurora MLBB.
When referring to their loss to Falcons APBren, Renegade mentioned the key thing that Team Liquid Philippines needs to watch out for. Renegade believes they were out early. So that means Renegade, Yue, and Demon Kite will want to dominate the early game in the center of the map to set up Edward and Domeng to their best potential winning lanes.
And you know what? They have to do that very, very well. Lock in that early game because you know If you want to fight the late game, this is a team that you do not mess with. This is Team Liquid PH with Carl TZ back into the mix.
With Carl TZ, Sanji, and JP fielding the mid for Team Liquid Philippines. That means, well, Aurora might want to watch out for the signature heroes of JP that pairs well with the assassins of Carl TZ. Carl TZ shown and did very well in the meta where he would be front-lining as a sustain utility type of jungler, but now as an assassin, that means he's either going to be one dishing the damage first while JP helps finish us off, or JP will be the one setting things up for a Carl TZ finish.
See that later for sure. And in terms of stats, it does feel like TLPH, despite some of their losses recently, has still been performing relatively good in most areas, actually. And even compared to Team Aurora, who only lost like the last 2 series they had. So really interesting to see here. And of course, the matchup cannot be complete without the Infinix keys to victory. First off, Aurora's capitalizing on the snowballing potential.
Well, that's what we were just talking about, that Renegade acknowledged that Aurora sort of faltered with when it came against Falcons APBren. For Team Liquid Philippines, challenged Aurora's late game stability. The late game hasn't been the best for Aurora, so challenge that if ever you get to the point where you can challenge them past 15 minutes. And of course, showcase your development. I think this one should be a little bit more, just a little bit more applicable to Carl TZ, who in the past, in international tournaments, shown off that this is his meta, and it is definitely back. But here back home in MPL Philippines, the performance of the young GOAT in terms of the assassins, well, warranted the young GOAT addressing to himself that I still need to work on my assassins. Up against Demon Kite, young GOAT's gonna need to be sharp.
And the question is whether or not Carl TZ actually did improve in that assassin role after almost a week or two?
Yeah, a whole week off.
A whole week off of not playing. That should have brought something to the table, right? I mean, if it doesn't, you got to question how TLPH is going to make the case for, defending the championship. But we have a side selection for Aurora. They go for blue side. And TLPH, usually no problem with them whatsoever.
Yeah.
With this.
In terms of the blue side, the tendency of Aurora is they lean a little bit more towards the jungle picks. So I think we might be seeing some jungle priorities here. With the changes to him, Roger is still a very viable first pick option.
Yep.
So despite the nerfs, he's still definitely there. But I really think that the Hayabusa here is going to be one of the biggest factors of the drafts, alongside, if not the Faramis, then the Valentina.
We're going to the draft very, very shortly now, but do you guys agree? I feel like Assassins are becoming a lot of a big first pick material in the previous series. Roger, right? Nolan's being picked up first. I wonder if that's going to happen right now.
I'm glad that you mentioned the Nolan. Definitely Nolan very first pickable now for either side, depending on how these two teams will adjust. My question is, we saw Blacklist International bring it out.
The hunter of all the
RORA,
evil gods.
priority on the Matilda might actually even be a thing too. Remember, the DNA of those two teams are very close.
That's right. Definitely, I feel
I'm
like
not the only one
aside
bound
from
by
the
these
fact that they
chains.
they have basically the same coach, right?
Yeah.
Before. Their DNA and their playstyle just really mimics each other. And there goes the Hayabusa that Red Mars is talking about. I feel like, yes, they read into it correctly, and it's a good test, right? I feel like if you are Carl TZ, you want to fight against a Hayabusa as early as now, so you can kind of benchmark yourself where you are.
So Team Liquid Philippines now, there's the Valentina we were mentioning also as well. So in terms of the priorities, we've sort of hit the mark there. However, this R-Lot pickup by TLPH is flexible, JP or Sanford. And I think we're going to be seeing later where this will really go once we see and once we have a clear idea of what the roamer is. If the roamer of RORA is something that JP can be aggressive against, and Hester, the jungle of Demon Kite, then that's going to go rogue. If it's something that's a little bit tankier, then maybe TLPH might park the R-Lot in the EXP lane instead. But now with the Terizla that he's going up against, Sanford might be a little bit more happier to actually get the R-Lot on his hands, which can outplay the Terizla in lane as we saw in the previous series, because he's not as tanky in the early game anymore with the body of Smith.
That's right. So it will kind of depend on whether or not how confident these players are rather. And you know what? It can be an uncut game as well.
Yeah.
Like if you're facing a Terizla against an Arlot,
Yeah.
they can just go to the back line and ignore each other for a majority of the early game. And then they can rely a lot more on their marksman
blade
or their gold
strikes like a
laners
splitting
or
wind.
the jungle, which is going to be an assassin matchup between a Hayabusa and the Ling.
I was actually thinking that they might lean a little bit more towards the Nolan, but I believe TLPH are operating on the idea that the Ling might fare a little bit better against with the entries against the Moskov and the Terizla. The roamer for TLPH needs to be tankier, or maybe sustainable. If it's not going to be the Minotaur, they can even consider picking up the Matilda for themselves for JP so that it doesn't end up in the hands of Renegade. So I think that's where we're floating the idea of Matilda or Minotaur. If they give the Minotaur, at least they have the Valentina to steal away the Minoan Fury. Because right now, yeah, they need a little bit more crowd control to make sure Carl TZ will be able to enter a little bit more safely.
I think this is a challenge, right? This is like a TLPH challenge to Aurora. You really want to do that? You want to go Tigreal? You want to go Minotaur? We're going to be able to do that. But right now, Ugi Shadow Kill Ultimate, they say it's a nerf. But again, the striking speed at level 2 and level 3 is a little bit increased.
It's faster.
Or not a little bit, a lot bit increased.
Yeah, it's really fast, guys.
There you go.
Not.
And damage bonus obviously adjusted a little bit, but the speed is really something that you can't underestimate, right?
Yep. But definitely harder to catch Hayabusa now. Or maybe it's because I'm just a normie and I've always had a hard time catching Hayabusa.
No, I don't think so.
But really,
Come on.
it's so fast. There's a little bit of an adjustment period of reading the slashes of the Hayabusa coming out. So TLPH are actually still considering the idea that they can put the Arlot into the roam. That's why they ban out the Grok. With the Tigreal gone as well, yeah, there's still a possibility we might see a tanky, a roam Arlot for TLPH.
We could run out of roams here very soon. Obviously, the Edith would have been great, and the Minotaur is still a good point of contention. Maybe they're trying to... And they ban
will finish
good
off
ban.
what was
Of course.
I think TLPH, they might be thinking about pick-off, but you don't see enough pieces, and the combo of the Kaja Valentina historically has not been that good. If they are still really looking for a roam pick, I would consider taking away the Matilda from Renegade, or if you really want to pick up the Jawhead, because the Jawhead will counter the Ling.
Or the Cho, I guess.
Oh yeah, Renegade still also has the Cho. That's
Very
rough.
classic pick, but it's not out of the question, right?
Oh, what if they do go Cho?
Feels good. It feels like if you're gonna go pick off and combo it with a Hayabusa, that's the way to go, right? So
yeah, they could go Roam Marlot XP Cho.
Hey, that's a great one. That's also a great deny. And
no,
they
it's
get
Ruby.
the Ruby. Ruby.
Yeah, that's a Ruby for Daddy JP. So it is an EXP Arlot as we saw earlier. Mid lane, Vex gone low. He's still an option, but an overkill with a Moskov.
Does Medicutie have a history of gold lane Ruby? I don't think so.
No,
right?
no.
I don't think I've seen that.
This season, I'm gonna have to double check. I think he played Lunox.
Yeah, more Lunox, right?
Ruby,
More of
no.
the hard hitters.
Yeah, no record of the Ruby gold lane yet for Medicutie this season.
So it's probably unlikely, but it's not impossible, I guess, if they want to throw surprises at us. There's the Matilda. There you go. That's the best option, I think.
And Loyi.
Ooh, there you go.
Introducing my buddy.
That's a Claude. Very much so. There you go. Cannot underestimate the Claude in this patch.
Yeah. Oh man. I'm trying to think like what ultimate Sanji should be getting. Might want to consider getting the penalty zone, or the. He could even get the circling eagle, because Valentinas can get the circling eagle to get to the Moskov or the Loyi, dive to the back line, shadow strike them. That's how you can reach them, because right now there's no clear reach onto the back line of Aurora. Like, yeah, you have the Arlot, but it's not that clear. You need to wiggle a little bit more to get to it. The lineup rating favors Team Liquid Philippines, but the early to mid-game potential of Aurora is what I'm really looking at here, and it's actually over.
Let's see how they're going to play it as we throw it over to our casters. We got Leo and Naisu up on the desk.
Thanks, gentlemen. Going into game one in tonight's closer. Everybody's looking forward to this one. Liquid Philippines facing off against Aurora in a best of 3. I love how they mentioned that heroes like Faramis and Matilda are coming back. I think you talked about the Faramis earlier.
Yeah, they slowly but surely they started to rise up, throughout the ranks here, and Would you say you put at least the Faramis in S tier now?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Right, S tier. And at the same time, I don't know, man. I just wanted to make a little statement here. I saw the lineup ratings for both the lineups here. I think it was like 4.6 or so for Aurora. I gotta say though, Demon Kite getting the Hayabusa, and after what we saw last weekend, where he just absolutely went ham, is the best way I can put it.
He murderized them.
Yeah, I would give him like an additional, maybe just one solid point, just because Demon Kite's gonna play it. Now, if he gets a snowball like he did before, then it's gonna be insane for TLPH to deal with. So I want to see how that's gonna be handled, because obviously TLPH is prepped for that after what they saw last week.
Not to mention the GOAT coming back into play.
That's true. Yeah.
Zaida did well, especially in his debut.
Yeah.
But here and there in his second outing. But with Carl TZ back, taking the reins, this should be a very different Team Liquid Philippines from what we saw last week. What is that? Was that Baby Friend?
That was a Baby Friend.
Was that a Shiba?
Are those called? Yeah.
What's the other one?
Was that a Corgi? I think it was a Corgi.
They all kind of look the same to me.
What?
No, I'm just kidding. I need to know the details. I need to see the details. I know that's offensive to some dog lovers, but,
Well, if it was a
not
cat, you
definitely
probably
not
wouldn't
a
knew it
dog.
right away.
Oh, yeah, I would have known. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Folks, about half a minute until we get back into the game. Of course, we want to make sure that our athletes get the best experience, because this is world-class competition. Let's talk about
the emotes. Did you see it when we
yeah,
loaded
they
in?
started it out just for sure.
Sorry, I know you probably had a point, but I just the
No,
emotes
no,
right
no,
away,
no, no,
man.
no. The emotes are a big part of the game.
Yeah, that's true. Get yours now, by the way.
Have you, folks? The story of Burrito getting it after 3 draws, not 10, not 3
What?
10 draws, is true. I can't confirm.
3 draws?
3, literally just 1, 2, 3.
Burrito,
I hate him.
Burrito's on a different level of luck.
He's gonna get unlucky somewhere somehow. Sent says it's go time, and let's get back into the game. You're talking about Aurora's Hayabusa, the Demon Kite. How about this off-kilter Ruby? What are the stats? I'd reckon maybe just 1 out of 5 rubies actually go anywhere else but the gold now. 3 out of 5 go in the gold, 1 in the XP, and then the other in rogue. Like, that's how rare this is.
Yeah, you don't see it often, and obviously, whoa!
JP!
Whoa! Maybe that's why! First blood going to the hands of the wingman in this game.
Dear Lord. That's what we can call him.
Yeah, he's a wingman today, right down game 1.
Oh no, Sanji gets pulled in! Heal up, heal up, heal up. All right.
And you see what I'm talking about? Demon Kite is almost level 4, and he sees all this happening. And he's ready to get the snowball going.
Against Carl TZ on the Ling,
Yeah.
who is a scaling jungler, folks. This can take a while for Carl TZ to actually get up there. And look at the pressure Aurora is putting on Team Liquid. Sure, it's just first blood. Sure, it's just on the roamer. But look at what it led to, Joseph. Look at this. 300, 400. It's fluctuating between that and 500. Spiked up earlier.
Yeah.
Expect that to get worse if Aurora has their way.
If they do, and right now, just kind of like the limit testing in the early game is enough to kind of do that. Again, the fact that you saw Renate get that first blood, they're going to play around the fact that they can just move so quickly with a Matilda. I think that we're going to see the same thing from this Matilda, where this hero in general does start to rise through the ranks again once we get through the rest of the regular season here.
She's so good. I guess the reason why she was kind of down in the past 6 months was how mainly it was still utility jungler meta. But now that it's full-on assassin meta, it helps so much that you get shields, you get a little bit of CC, you get a little bit of damage, and of course combat mobility.
I was going to say, you get a whole lot of mobility, right?
It's a game changer. Here we go, Turtle started up, upper corner. It's mostly Aurora on it. Now it's third of its health.
Already going to go in, final slash, fighting for the turtle. Tempest Blade already has to be used, and Carl TZ will get that one. Now looking for the kill here in return. They're going to collapse down into the turret, and Sanford goes in. Edward the first to fall, but Sanji goes down as well. As Demon Kite picks up a kill, the 1-for-1 trade, but objective to TLPH.
And look at that, through all that happened, there's so much that Aurora got out of Liquid just to get that turtle. Here's the Infinix instant replay. They tried to very sneakily cut right through Liquid's aggression, but at the end of the day, the shield and the damage from Liquid wasn't enough. Wait, what happened?
Whoa!
Why is DK that low?
Must have just got poked down, I'm assuming.
I mean, off of Sanjay was, I would have picked it off of Sanjay.
Yeah, because, see, JP uses Flicker, so when we were looking at that, but now, there's Demon Kite going in under the turret! Oh, Sanjay! He's gonna survive! And a Spear of Destruction is not gonna land as well.
Thanks. Damage reduction underneath the turret. Now Doming in trouble! Doming's down!
Good response. Man, talk about the first 3.5 minutes here, Leo.
3-2, 5 kills. That's about a kill and a half per minute. Of course, you're going to see this gold lead swing back and forth, 200, 300. Aurora, Liquid, Aurora, Aurora, Liquid. Looking at the items this time around. Folks, keep an eye on Benny Curie. The power spike on a Claude now, if I'm not mistaken, begins at the second item. No longer do you have to wait for the Trinity. No longer do you have to wait for, most often, the DHS.
Yep.
Marksmen are happy to just pick up the Golden Staff and the Corrosion Sight. Reptar told me this like 4 times just today.
He's like 2 items only.
2 items only.
I heard him, like, as soon as I walked in, I heard him say that too.
You know what I mean?
He's just sprouting it out everywhere.
It's got to be true. We saw it in the series prior. Unfortunately, Falcons APBren could not take advantage of that. But here, we'll see if Team Liquid can do the same. Again, 1 title has already fallen in such glorious fashion. Blacklist swept FCAP. I wonder if TLPH can fix it. Final Slash on 1.
Efford's going to go in already. Final Slash used. Circling Eagle 2. Now in the response. Skypiercer picks up in the middle of the fight as well. Now JP's the one in trouble. And also on the backside, Sanford as well. And Domang picks up a kill. But Carl Teasy looks for Edward. Couple hits and he'll be able to find it as a double. Does he actually chase down Demon Kite? They dodge each other, but now in trouble it's Sanji. 3 members might be able to chase him down. He's stuck between the 2 turrets.
He's running!
He's just gonna get whittled down here. Who's the kill gonna go to as Demon Kite picks it up?
How often do you see a glorious horse like that be left out to pasture? That was a 3v1. Now the turtle's still standing.
JP jumps on in. JP will be able to find Demon Kite, but Edward will pick up the Lord. And now Sanford gets tossed into the wall. He's left to his own as Domang will pick up a kill.
This is not how you use the Sansan duo. You just don't use them as cattle, as scapegoats, as quarry. Back to back now just to delay the inevitable. Just to, I guess, fair enough, JP did shut down Demon Kite. The Sansan duo just threw themselves at Aurora.
They just went for it, but you know what, man? For the highlight matchup tonight, this is exactly what the people want to see. And now Yue, he is just out of control there in the mid lane, going to get taken out.
That's Chain CC, Joseph.
That's Chain CC. You have no control.
I've seen this happen way too many times, too often, at my behest. Oh, here we go, 1v1. Edward versus Sanford. Abu Jingjing versus the Apex Predator.
Sanford gonna be in trouble now. Multiple members here. Carl Teasy trying to get in time. Final Slash gonna be used as well. He gets enough health back from the Brave Smite and he's still going. And Renegade will fall. Tempest Blade's finally gonna come down. Looking for Edward. He bought enough time for himself and Carl Teasy's gotta get out of there.
That wasn't worth it. Not that trade, not like that. Joseph, I gotta tell you, this is the 2nd or 3rd time I've seen Carl Teasy try way too hard to take down Edward. Say what you will about that nerf on the body of Smith, that adjustment, but it's not worth it. It's so hard to put so much effort as a jungler, as an assassin, as a core to take down an XP laner.
And this is interesting because I feel like even for Edward's Charisma here, maybe it's just my mind playing games with me, but he seems tankier, right? And it's not that obviously the scaling is the same. It scales up for the body of Smith massive, but
it's like for him, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
He's still living. Oh, Carl!
Carl's in trouble. Tempest Blades has to be used. He goes on. Finch poison the chase in from the circling eagle all the way down to the tier 2 in the jungle as they get taken out of the jungle.
And that's why they call him the Hitman. Ooh. You see that? You see that? How often do you see a Matilda turn the table? Oh, Final Slash!
The Slash already going to be used, and Demon Kite out of the picture now, and Edward, rest of the team, going to try to take this turtle as they do, and it comes in cleanly. Benny Cutie in trouble as he gets taken out, but who gets the turtle? It's Edward.
What is this? What is this pandemonium? Is it Bizarro Day? What's going on? XP laners taking junglers. Mages going point blank, taking down marksmen.
What is happening?
What's going on? Oh, we are not even 10 minutes into the game and already approaching doubles on kills. Just look at that. Infinix instant replay coming your way. Was this the 1v1?
Nice.
Was this? Oh, it's the
Hitman.
It's the Hitman at work.
Hitman, wingman. What has this patch done?
There wasn't. They didn't touch the damage output on the Wisps.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming it's the fact that when you let out the Wisps, you no longer have to stop movement.
Yeah.
So he was chasing, casting. All right, beads on Carl, let it through.
Let it through. Just let the Wisp go, and at the same time, like you said, before all that broke out, how often do you see a Matilda get the link?
Oh, here we go, JP!
JP in trouble. Shadow kill, what we're going to use. He picks up the kill. TLPH, they saw JP taken out. They're going to try to hold on to the tier 1, but it's not going to happen as RORA will pick up the turret.
Joseph. Renegade just picked up an enchanted talisman.
What does that tell us?
He wants to go for the neck. Look, he's going to build more magic items. Dude, you know how he got the kill on Carl TZ?
How?
With a photo? With a flask
with
of
only
the Oasis.
with only a photo.
Well, to be fair, Carl TZ has 0 defense items.
Yeah, that's
he's
true.
a bearling.
I think at that point, too, you're not even expecting a Matilda to chase you down.
Yeah, no, I mean, he was willing to give himself up, but if it's a prize as big as a Ling, I'll do that all the time, over and over again. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Fighting for the purple buff now. Again, Renegade goes in, circling Eagle already used, forcing Carl TZ off of the buff. Sanford, though, wants to find a pick. He's going to go for Domang as he used the final slash to sweep him into the team. And TLPH, off of that, they'll start up the Lord.
Time for the blitz. Aurora up by about 1,500. Aurora not letting them go, not so quickly. Carl TZ is very low.
Takes so much damage. Already the Tempest Blades has to be used. And Renegade hunts him down again. Picks up a kill as Sanford falls. RORA takes the Lord out of the hands of TLPH. And they started in the penalty zone. Is going to catch Benny Cutie as well. RORA looks for JP as they pick up the 4th kill plus the Lord.
This is poetry in motion. Sanji, as he stood tall as the sole member of Liquid in the final moments of the grand finals last season, he stands here in shambles, the only team member left, facing Aurora's wrath. Joseph, did it happen again?
Daniel.
Was that the second time this game?
I think that was the second time. I'll tell you what, man. The hit, I called him the wingman earlier. He's back to the Hitman.
Take it back.
Take it back.
He's Agent 47. He lives in the world of assassination. Dude, what? Come on! And this is partly maybe because it's Renegade, yes, but also Matilda. Matilda is a breakout star in this current patch. He has been in the past couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And in the face of this kind of performance from Aurora, how do you reset for redemption, man? What do you do?
That's a good question.
They were getting good final slashes. Carl TZ almost got away with it when he hit the Tempest Blades. Oh, look at this from the back!
They threw Edward down the back line, already using the penalty zone, they're able to cut them off. They pick up 3 kills, they're looking for more as Sanji falls. The Lord's still up as well. Carl TZ gets taken out, dismantled, and RORA comes out in game 1 to start the road to redemption in this match.
The Northern Lights draw first blood. Another Titan at the cusp of defeat. What is up with today?
Hey, you said it earlier, man. It's a little bizarro, but I'm all for it. I love it.
I'm not complaining. I'm not ready for this. Who was ready for this? The cavalry stand stunned. The whole half of the other arena. Look at that. They're quiet.
They're quiet. They're not sure what to say either, man. This, honestly, like we saw in the last series, Blacklist International, so clean. This looks like that for RORA right now.
Seems like part of the coaching staff of the former Blacklist International have figured out this pass to throw it over to Infinix in the Mayan.
That is way too much. That was way too much for me to handle. I thought I was watching an anime. I swear, it was like it was like Dragon Ball, like people flying around each other. Oh!
I love it. It was just non-stop action, but it was good. calculated action around objectives and setting advantages around objectives. It was calculated, all of it.
Was it calculated though? But you know what? Renegade took the heat there. He took everyone and cooled everyone down with those smooth moves on the Matilda.
Yeah, remember how we mentioned that Jawhead is like one of the age-old counters to Ling because of how well you can lock down the Ling? Well, that's what Renegade did with this Matilda. Every time he saw Carl Tizzy when he can, he would just straight up chase him down with a circling eagle. And remember, this is a Matilda that can afford to build more of the, well, damage or, well, utility magic items that will still make the damage of the Matilda hurt. Flask of the Oasis, check. Enchanted Talisman, of course. And then Blood Wings so that you can have a little bit more sustainability for yourself shield alongside getting magic power. So this Matilda pickup was great because really we were saying earlier and we saw from the first series that Matilda is well and truly back in this meta because of the aggression that she can show and the tempo that she can set further early.
And with all that being done, the Hayabusa Demon Kite can basically do whatever the heck he wants. Everyone's just so busy trying to lock down Renegade here and the rest of the squads. And again, Yua just making it so hard for TLPH to predict where they're going to attack next.
Yeah, coming out from weird angles, even Yua himself. If it's not that, it's just the damage that the Yua can dish out in a specific area, which is why I questioned a little bit, somewhat, the Ruby pickup, knowing what RORA could have picked up. Of course, last two picks were the Loyi and the Matilda, which were possibilities that we poised, and I think those were possibilities that TLPH also thought of. I get the Ruby because it's the easiest crowd control you can dish out. Skill 2. When the Matilda goes in, when the Hayabusa goes in, and then surprise flick her ultimate to maybe even catch the Moskov. But up against a Matilda and Loyi, Ruby's just going to be taking damage and pokes all the entire game.
That's what I was thinking during the draft. Maybe you want to set against the Loyi. It's easier to set against Loyi.
Yeah.
If you get to the face of the Loyi, you pull her back, and then the whole formation is disrupted. But we didn't see that here, right?
Yeah.
Because maybe, I don't know, maybe because Renegade was just so proactive that they couldn't actually advance too much without taking significant risks.
Yeah, and because of that, TLPH were taking significant damage once they did see each other in the team fights.
Once they do get near.
Once they do get near, Yua would be able to free hit. And in the times where Carl Tizzy would be able to find Yua, and by the way, Carl Tizzy had a terrific game as a Ling. And just in the last 2-3 major sequences, he was just shut down by Renegade, who was the MVP of the game in that Matilda. You saw that TLPH would have a difficult time advancing forward, trying to supplement Carl Tizzy's dive to the back line because they're zoned out by the Terizla and the ultimate, or not the ultimate, the combination of the Loyi with the rotation and dispersion. TLPH is having a hard time crossing, and that's what we were, the main idea we were posing to TLPH, that they might have difficulty crossing to the back.
Right.
They have to spend so much just to reach the back line, and Aurora can take control of this in the early to mid.
There you go. I don't know if you guys were enjoying that. I was just enjoying the ride all throughout.
Hell yeah.
It was just a really fun up and down. I feel like the LPH did have a lot of powerful pieces, like chess pieces. Like for instance, the Claude is super understated here. I feel like we haven't touched down on the Claude just yet. It was good.
Yep.
It was doing the job, man. It was just so happened that the Matilda was perfect.
Yep.
If people were in danger of the Blazing Duet, the Matilda Guiding Wind out, everyone was spaced out so well for Aurora that the Claude was having a hard time doing the damage despite the high damage output.
Yeah. Overall, again, when we look at the stats earlier, the lineup rating of TLPH was significantly higher compared to Aurora. But Aurora's early to mid-game rating was significantly higher than Team Liquid Philippines, like around 65% to 35% was the difference. And that's exactly what we saw. TLPH, we gotta credit them as well for being able to take the damage to Aurora, the fights to Aurora, but they couldn't get any map control whatsoever.
Zero.
Not even any tickles on the towers. With how fast a Matilda, Loyi, and a Hayabusa can rotate around the map together. And we also have to credit Edward for being proactive throughout the map. There was no space for TLPH to operate other than the fights. They were just hoping they'd win a fight, and then through that they'll be able to deal tower damage and break towers, but they just really couldn't.
Not even turret shielding? That was...
Nope.
That's something, right?
Well, I think they got...
I think they should have.
That
Is that not counted?
No. The
Yeah,
tower
okay,
damage
good.
is only calculated to the
To
tower,
that
tower itself.
structure.
Yeah.
Right, alright, cool.
Posey.
other than that, they couldn't really get near the towers around after the early game.
Yeah.
It seems so, right? Because, wow, all right. And the Aurora, again, we have to credit that to proactivity of the roamer, the XP laner. Obviously, it's very hard to go front or to advance if there's like a really big Terizla going penalty zone in your face and someone shouting "caca" over and over again.
Yeah.
Especially for the Ling. I really felt bad for Carl Easy there because I feel like he could have wiped out so many people there if the Matilda was just chasing him nonstop.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking like, we did post it also in the draft. If TLPH has a capability, and we've seen JP play Matilda before, and play it really well, that I thought they'd take it away because that's a clear get if you're Renegade. But I think TLPH also just maybe potentially didn't expect just how well Aurora would fight, and honestly how strong again a Hayabusa is. His damage was reduced, but the fact that he can dish out the slashes so much faster means your health goes down much faster. That by the time the animation of the shadow kill is done, that's when your teammates will be able to join you in. So
there you go. I mean,
it's crazy, bro.
It doesn't matter if your damage reduced if the hits just keep going into the body of the enemy but that much faster, like almost double the speed. You could feel it. I think the casters also kind of brought it up in both languages, like, wow, this is a little strong.
Yep.
I love it. Honestly, I'm loving it. And at the same time, for TLPH, I wonder, what do you guys think they have to do here? Right? Because that was clear-cut. That was a clear-cut advantage for Aurora. I mean, the team fights were 50-50, but after the team fights were cleaned up, it was very clear that Aurora had a huge amount of map control.
Yeah. So I also really gotta point out how well Aurora banned out the second phase. They took away the Tigreal and the Minotaur of JP as well, which left them with the Ruby. But hey, we got a little poll up.
Got a little poll for you guys. Who do you think is going to be the star match for week number 7? So TNC versus Blacklist sounds very interesting. RSG versus FNOP still want to challenge the win streak.
No, yeah.
Of course. Blacklist versus TLPH. Is this it? Is this? No, I'm thinking about, all right. Blacklist versus... I still get them mixed up.
This is Aurora.
Sorry, same people. I get them mixed up a lot. Blacklist and Aurora, right? They used to be the same people. Anyway, and FCAP versus Omega.
Yeah.
Very spicy matchup. Personally, I feel like I want to see TNC Black just to put a nail in the coffin.
Oh,
make
no,
sure...
don't put it like that, bro.
No, I mean, like, for them to kind of just battle each other out.
Yeah.
To kind of fight out for that playoff slot, you know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I get you. I don't know. A part of me thinks that maybe the streak's gonna be ended by ours.
Ooh.
They didn't get to do it the first time around, and what if?
Wow.
Right? What if? But I think this is just the side of me looking for a really good story to tell.
A good story,
but
right.
all statistics point to Fnatic Onyx Philippines continuing it against RSG, but we'll see.
And you know what? You guys know, right? Everyone who usually watches, you know RSG as the streak breaker.
Yeah, they're the streak breakers for a reason, man.
All right, so again, if you're near Ateneo de Manila University, go to the watch party that they're doing right now. Apparently, they're giving away these light bands as well, which they seem to have so many of.
Yeah, it's a lot of lights. That's pretty cool.
Right.
They're doing it in an actual classroom. I love it.
A classroom. That's so nice. And those are really good quality classrooms. Like some of their classrooms are better than like some houses. So I don't know. I'm just making that up. I don't know.
Maybe.
From what the pictures I saw, you know. But for this one, I really like watching people just joining the party, and you can host your own as well, right? You can host your own watch party as well.
Yeah.
And of course, if you guys want to win 90,000 diamonds, not just the glowing bands, you want diamonds, go to the MPL Arena, which is where we are right now, and post your live experience on Facebook and TikTok with the hashtag MPL S14 live experience, and you can get chosen to win 90,000 diamonds, all right? Not 9,000, it's over 9,000, it's 90,000, exactly times 10.
I've never had that much diamonds in my account in one go.
Same.
Never, bro.
Huh.
So you get a chance to do something that we haven't been able to do.
I wonder who gets that. Like maybe the Indocasters. They get 90K, 100K maybe.
Sure they get more. Sure they get handed the world.
Anyway, here is the smart gameplay pose. Show your smart gameplay pose right now with hashtag the power is smart, so you can win some prizes as well. copy Renegades pose. Very nonchalant people right here in the stadium. Get a review if they go. There you go, something like that. There you go.
Yeah,
oh, he looks like Maloy. Oh, what the heck?
Rock hard.
Let's go. He does, right? He does look like Maloy. Oh my goodness. And they're roaring, apparently. And that's how you do it. All right, we got a winner. We got the smart gameplay pose winner. And they kind of look the same. They look like brothers. And they're on the other opposite ends of the stadium. I'm amazed.
Yeah, both of them do quite look alike.
Right. That's amazing. And they're on the opposites, like Romeo and Juliet. I love it. I love it. Oh my goodness. It's, again, just fun stuff that happens here in the MPL arena. Please, if you have the time, you don't need to fly out. But if you have the time, drop by here in Manila and Makati. I believe we're in Makati.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. We have like a...
Sorry.
You're good, you're good.
I said too many things. All right.
It's fine. Get a drink of water first if you
Get a drink of water. Yeah, but for now,
But at the same time, I think they need to pick up a mid laner that can make it difficult for the Valentina to fight under the area. So that's why I really thought that TLPH would pick up the Loi early on already. But they decided to focus on getting the Roger themselves. While Aurora decides to, of course, when you have a Phoveus on the opposing side, more often than not, you have to make sure you can lock in the carry as a counter to it to be able to deal good damage to it.
Just make sure that the Phoveus doesn't go out of hand and go unanswered, right? So that's a great cause. Nolan getting banned out was huge. I thought it was going to go through, honestly. And I was so excited to watch Demon Kite play the Nolan.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So great ban there for TLPH, really knowing the stuff of their opponents here.
Yeah, and with the Julian banned out earlier by Aurora, I think we're running thin on the Demon Kite heroes. We still have the Ling and the Lancelot available if we're going to be looking at Assassins. However, if I'm not mistaken, Demon Kite does have a very wide pool. You still have the Bane.
Bane.
You still have the... Not the Joy's going to struggle up against the Phoveus.
Is that Lunox ban out?
No, it was a Low Yi ban.
Oh, Low Yi ban.
Yeah, we were talking about the Low Yi would be a great pickup. So they take away the Angela, so they can't pick the Joy. But at the same time, I think this might be a Bane or a Ling for a Demon Kite.
Demon Kite heroes seem to be running thin right now, so you're right.
Exactly.
I don't think they're going to be forced into a Lancelot. No, I don't think so.
No. Again, up against a Phoveus,
it's a
you don't want to
Phoveus,
trigger
yeah.
his passive. I think the safest would be to go Bane.
Bane.
But I think you can also consider Ling if you're Aurora. Yes, you're giving dashes under the blades.
Yeah.
It's a good sign for the Minoan Fury, but in terms of the lockdown heroes, we might not have enough already for TLPH. Oh, is that X-Borg?
X-Borg, yeah, that's a great... Wait, X-Borg jungle?
We shall see. Because the Rizla is still open, and that might be the matchup they're playing. Oh, wait, no. This is an XP lane Phoveus. Well, okay. I think this is a jungle X-Borg.
It does feel like a jungle X-Borg.
Yeah.
They might have actually exhausted Demon Kite heroes, man.
But
what the heck?
Yeah, but TLPH needs burst. They need to be able to get away the X-Borg ultimate quick. Unless what? Are they going to play into the Lunox and just hope they can snowball like crazy?
Among the plains,
Eve!
Despair that I see before.
Oh,
Okay, very classic. I love it. I love it. And not that it's very easy to execute this lineup, honestly.
Yeah.
But again, it's also easy to play around. These are heroes that will probably not get bursted too much except for the carry.
Yeah.
So they can play around the, oh my goodness, the box.
Yeah. Huh.
Wherever I go, flee.
Rafaela. It's the heal, man!
Oh, Rafa X-Borg, okay.
Going full heal, I love it.
It's an old classic combo, and that's a nice little counter that they have for the Eve. They want to be able to get out of the real-world manipulation quickly.
Yep.
And at the same time, you counter the slows, taking it out of the team fights, the pokes. The slows coming out from the Eve, just one holy healing, and you get the movement speed to get out of harm's way.
Wasn't it like, it was so odd that they did it so quickly. They locked in that Rafaela so quickly after the Eve pick. It feels like they kind of read into it.
Yeah, they cooked that.
I love it.
They were cooking that.
Wow, all right. So TLPH's lineup, I like it. It's more classic. But Aurora, they're coming up with creative solutions. Let's see if that's going to stick as they throw it over to Leo and Naisu.
Jumping from a game-changing Matilda to now a Rafaela. What can Renegade not do?
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Yeah, I feel like he wants to show us that what he just did on Matilda, he can replicate on a Rafaela somehow, some way.
That's rhetoric, by the way. You don't have to answer that, folks, because the answer is nothing. There's nothing Renegade can't do. Welcome to game number 2. It's a best of 3. That means Aurora are currently at match point, and they bring out some spice to answer back on TLPH's pocket pick, the Eve. The last time, I remember, Joseph, the last time that the Eve was big money in our league is when TLPH won M4.
Man, that's been a minute.
You got to throw back all the way to early 2023, late 2022. That's when Sanji's Eve helped win the M4 World Championship in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Yeah, and we've seen teams. Oh, whoa. It's an emote off.
This is the Northern Lights versus the Buff Horse.
Get yours now. Well, come on, that's a little biased, isn't it? They're showing.
See,
they're only
see?
showing. Okay, there it is.
Fine.
All right.
So you're saying.
Who's your bias, right? But no, going back to it, that's the thing. Some teams have started to pull out the Eve again, but I still feel like for some reason, it's not working as well as some people hope in the compositions that they bring to the table. Now this one, obviously with what they have here for TLPH, this could all work really well because of the fact that I just really like the Minotaur pick with the Eve. And then of course you have, so far we've seen so much of Phoveus, although he's kind of been altered in a little bit as well over the course of the regular season. So this is going to be interesting, I think, for TLPH on how they utilize the real-world manipulation plus that Minoan's Fury ultimate from the Minotaur.
But all that you mentioned is, again, as elaborated on by Renmar and Rockhart. Whoa, wait up! Whoa, Sanford!
Sanford, okay.
He flickered out.
He flickered out. He's got that flicker.
All right, so as I was saying, it's answered by the Holy Healing. You can walk out of a Minoan Fury. You're not hit by the Infernal Pursuit if you just run away quick.
Oh, yeah, and that's the other thing, too. I mean, depending on what UA decides to take for an ultimate, he most likely will have the Minoan Fury. So the fight for the turtle are going to break out. JP going to jump in, and now there's the rear-world manipulation. Demon Kite gets the turtle, gets the first blood. Carl TZ falls as well. Everybody from TLPH is having a hard time here as RORA picks up so much in the exchange.
Look at the bodies, and they're not done. Look, Joseph, Aurora are leaning hard into Liquid's jungle. Sanji can only watch as Demon Kite takes away Carl TZ's purple. And Aurora walking away. Smooth criminals they are.
Smooth criminals, man, how many teams, you gotta think, maybe you guys can ask yourself watching this too, how many junglers actually play a jungle X-Book right now in the current, current meta of things?
All right, to be fair, Carl TZ would know. He used to rock a jungle X-board.
He did.
As early as, I'd say, last season's playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, him and, like, off the top of my head, I can think of him and Demon Kite for the most part. Like, the two players that do bring it to the table a lot.
And Kyle.
Oh,
Kyle TZ would sometimes whip it out, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this here, the fact that Aurora brought that out and the Rafaela means that this is something that them, Dex, Master the Basics, they understand what this lineup does and how it responds to what TLPH brought to the table, which is, by the way, very meta. Same for the Eve, which we haven't really seen work out just yet. But best believe, as soon as we see it do its thing, whoa. As soon as we see it do its thing, then we will know for sure if it was worth it.
You know what Rafaela does to a team?
What did it do?
Whether you're playing your own games in RG or here, obviously, in the highest professional sense, it gives you confidence. Not just to your team, but especially in the gold lane. When you're in the gold lane, you know you have a Rafaela with you, and you have that healing, you have that speed even, and then you have, even if you need that peel with a Holy Baptism, like, it gives you so much confidence. I think that's what RORA is also playing on right now with this Rafaela pick. And I think usually the course of the games, it might fall off a little bit, but sure, that healing is great. The peel, the stun is always great as well.
And that's what Doming was going off of when you saw both him and Benny kind of go for it, go at it as early as the 4-minute mark. So I get it, I understand. And I totally agree. The fact that you have a player as charismatic and as confident as Renegade on a hero as such, then best believe you can expect great results. Turtle now up, less than half health, now knock up, and the real world!
There it is already. UA getting the turtle here. Now the fight, JP's already out of the picture. Sanford's quite low. He's dunking on Edward, though, as he picks up a kill. Sanford and JP are the trade. It's 2 for 1, but another turtle for RORA.
Aurora are just allowing for these trades to happen. Again, the fact that all of TLPH's kids, UA!
He's got the heals coming from Renegade, and he's going to escape. He's fine.
The fact that the 2 kills that Liquid have this early on, Carl TZ!
Whoa!
Get away! Are on Edward means Aurora know exactly what's happening. They're in control, and even in the gold lane, we see rarely the Hitman and the Healman rotate. This is his 12th most unique hero. The highest among all players this season. That's the cap.
Wait, so, I mean, last week when the number was 11, I think it was, and now he's 12.
Players like Kirk hit 11, if I'm not mistaken.
Chaknu as well, right?
Super Marco should be at about 12 too.
Yeah.
Chaknu as well, so he's in that upper echelon.
And that's what I just love about the current meta that we're in. And I know we had this patch come out, and it's, you know, maybe altered a thing or two here and there, but ultimately this is the healthiest, I would say, that the meta has been in for the most part.
Oh, yeah.
Where you have so many of these different players, roles, bringing out different heroes.
The fact that patch 1.9.20 came out and we weren't even asking for it. Yeah. The fact that it came out and really brought a few adjustments and Suyu means we're bound to see more evolution right before our eyes. This is a great time to be an MLBB fan. Quick item check here. Rene J rocking tough boots and Flask of the Oasis. On the other hand, you want to check in with Benny. He has one big item, another one on the way. Yet still Aurora, always ever so aggressive. Last turtle spawning lower quarter and already 3,000 up.
Yeah, not only that, just in the gold lane alone, Domeng up 1,000 gold on Benny Cutie.
Ooh.
So you can see this timing here. Even JP just now picking up the Flask of the Oasis. So that's the advantage that RORA has. Good defensive item picked up here for Demon Kite as well. Got the Brute Force now. So the fight for the third turtle is going to break out here. TLPH wants to go ahead and try to get this one if they can. Edward again starting the fight. They're going to jump in. Carl Teasy will get the turtle. They'll find Edward again, and now JP in trouble as he's taken out of the picture. Last Insanity going to be used up, and no, jumping in. Sanford also goes down. So TLPH, they'll get the turtle, but they lost 2.
Liquid seemed to have dispersed way sooner than RORA was ready to end the fight. So Aurora, they stayed clumped up, ready for combat, maybe 2 or 3 seconds longer, and they punished Liquid for that decision. Again, you mentioned it, 2 kills for the turtle trade, and to be honest, I was a stolen turtle. Caldies just really got into it, you know, stepped into the paint and said, take him this.
Yeah, he didn't want to give any more of that up. I think even with all that, they still find themselves in a, you know, a position where they could contest the Lord if they want to, even down just nearly 2,000 gold.
But still on the ropes.
Still on the ropes.
I'll tell you now, the cavalry cannot breathe easy. Look at the gold on Domeng and Demon. Joseph, you know how an X-board grid doesn't need the gold?
He doesn't, yeah.
This is just sand in your eyes. This is just, I can't even, I want to fight you, but I can't even see you. I can't even kill you. When was the last time you saw Demon Kite scared to die?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Good response there, but hey, that's all part of the plan for Aurora. They got the tier 2 off of that.
And they traded a flicker too.
Yeah.
Check it out. They made Sanji flinch.
Sanji flickered. Edward had to flicker for that. So you find yourselves making these little moments happen around the map when you can for Aurora. They got the advantage. They're setting up for this Lord here.
All right, moment of respite off camera. Benny Cutie able to push that tier 1 down bottom. So this should allow for Liquid to kind of make some moves. 20 seconds until that turtle spawns. Lower quarter, exactly where Benny Cutie pushed in. I'd reckon they need to work on those tier 1s first. Like, don't even think of contesting, because you're gonna lose. I'm very confident that more often than not, even if they get the perfect Minoan Fury, the way Aurora is built right now. Again, even with about 1,000 between Benny and Domeng, 1,000 and change between DK and Carl. Unless you get the perfect Minoan Fury and the RWM, like just in there.
It's got to be layered.
It's got to be perfect.
At this point, this Lord take, they're looking for it.
Benny's too far off, though.
Oh, look at them. Actually, again, Edward forcing out the RWM already. Takes a couple shots, going to be fine. Primal Wrath on out, but they jump back in with the Infernal Pursuit and the setup, too, with the Minoan Fury. JP already goes down. Last Insanity under the turret. He's going to be able to find multiple. What? What is that? From Demon Kite and the whole team, they'll wipe out the cavalry.
Clean. Every one of them fallen. DK straight up like Beyblade X into Team Liquid Philippines lineup. Joseph, we gotta see that once again. Here's the Infinix instant replay. Look at this. Post real world manipulation. Fury for Fury. You see here how the call, almost perfect, Domeng and DK. That's all true damage.
That's all true damage. And that's the power, again, of that speed, little speed boost.
Correct.
Of having the Raphael there. How do you escape the rotating Beyblade of fire?
Holy healing forward.
That's tough.
That is more than tough. Again, looking at the TLPH, they've been okay with a 3,500, 2,000 gold deficit for the better part of 5 minutes, and then suddenly, first Lord take. They're down almost 6.
Yeah.
Where did the majority of the go? Yep, there it is, confirmed. It's on DK.
It's on DK.
Dude, DK 6! 606!
And, you know, it's so funny because I want to say big damn, but like he's technically defensively built.
It's robust damn.
It's robust
He's,
damn.
you know, he's inevitable. Like he won't hurt you immediately, but if you let him stand around you long enough,
Yeah.
you're gonna hurt. You're gonna hurt.
You're cooked.
You're cooked.
At that point, you're cooked.
It's like a Miami tan. You would know.
Yeah, I would. Shout outs to our good friend in Florida, by the way.
The Floridians.
Shout out to Trex. I think he just got married, by the way. It's totally random.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
It's in a couple of days.
Oh, okay. Well, what's not in a couple days is this push from the Lord.
The Aurora might end here.
All shields already going to be pushed in. TLPH down almost 8,000 gold. They'll clear out the Lord. Turret's going to be worked on mid lane. There's the push in once again. Demon Kite just unleashing. They have to use the Minoan Fury, but they jump in again. And RORA will just force themselves into the fight, into the base. They pick up 4 again. They pick up the series with a sweep.
Aurora, say it's lights out. Liquid Philippines lay in shambles as the Northern Lights knock them out. 2-0.
What a day. What a Friday to open up week 6 here.
Not a good day to be a Titan, bro.
Not a good day to be a Titan. The targets are on the back. And you got to remember, this is going to even shake things up for the rest of our week here for Saturday and Sunday.
Liquid and FCAP are like the walkers from Empire Strikes Back. They got those snow speeders right around their legs. Oh! They just fell over.
I can't move.
I mean, the larger you are, the harder you fall. It
guess
seems
so.
like the patch really, really rewards the teams who know how to team fight and really lean into their advantages. GG well played, our defending champions. But tonight's not the night for Liquid Philippines. Here are your winners, Aurora MLBB.
Such a great game, such a great series so far. I know we had 2 sweeps, but I can't wait.
On behalf of Joseph, my name is Leo at your service to throw over the stage with Mara Aquino. She's with Aurora.
Give it up for Aurora MLBB! What a sweep! 2 quick games. Na-surprise din kami sa Rafaela and X-Borg nyo. Paano nyo ba pinaghahandaan yung TLPH? Lalo na sabi nga ni Rene J, na hindi nyo alam kung sino yung maglalaro sa jungle.
Ano po, parehas po namin sila pinagandaan para in case po kung sino man maglaro sa kanila, prepared kami. Ganun po.
Rene J, nung nakalusot yung Rafaela mo, X-Borg, did you think like, oh sure, wala to kasi ang dami yung binanda na assassin?
Hindi po. Kasi actually po di po namin masyado napapractice yung X-Borg Rafa. So dito po kasi pasok lang po sa lineup ng tawag dito, ng TLPH. Kaya po ginamit ko po yung Rafaela. Tapos ginamit ko po X-Borg kasi binan po lahat ng hero niya.
That was such a surprise for us. Natuwa kami doon. We haven't seen that in a while. Now, how do you motivate your team para hindi sila ma-pressure because you guys are getting closer and closer papunta sa ating playoffs?
Ano lang po, normal lang kasi malakas naman po talaga yung mga ka-team ko Kasi tingin ko nung mga nakarang talo namin, kulang lang po kami kung paano kami mag-reset. Ngayon po kasi in-adjust namin kung paano kami mag-reset sa game 1 hanggang game 2. So yun po yung na-improve siguro namin this week na sana magtuloy-tuloy.
Great adjustment, great draft. At ngayon, a-announce natin ang ating MVP. Who do you think it is? Let's take a look at the screen. Our MVP, Rene J. Rene J. Paano ba namin kayo masosuportahan? Todo talagang yung attendance natin dito. Other than attendance, how can we support you? And what do you want to say to the fans?
Una-una, maraming salamat po sa lahat ng fans. Isa po kayo sa motivation namin kung bakit naglalaro kami. And yun, sa mga gusto manood sa amin, yan, check nyo lang po yung sa Aurora MLBB page namin, pati sa mga watch party namin. So yun po. Pati yung yung recall daw namin, bilhin.
Check out the page, watch party, recall.
And yun, pati yung MDL namin. Panoorin din nila. At supportan.
All right. And now we're gonna announce the lucky fan that will get 3,000 diamonds. Come on up. Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, kayo anong pangalan mo?
Carl po.
Carl.
Carl! Ay, parang yung kalaban nila kanina. Carl! Okay, sino dito? Kanino ka nag-hi kanina? Sino ba yung idol mo dito?
Kay Yue po.
Yue! Yue, dito ka, tabi ka dito. Bakit si Yue?
Ano po, post-4 din po kasi ako, mage main po.
O, tapat ka sa kanya. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanya? Ito na yung pagkakataon mo magsabi ng message.
Thank you. Lagi kong pinapanood yung laban nyo kasi kumukuha po ako ng skills kay Yue.
Taking your skills, Yue. What's your message to the lucky fan?
Salamat sa pagsuporta. Manood ka lagi.
Congratulations! Bigyan ng diamonds! Now, Carl, you can bow with your team and walk with them, all right? You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Go ahead. Congratulations to Aurora MLBB. What a swift win. Sweep para sa kanila, getting closer to securing the playoff spot. And now we're gonna break it down for you. So we're gonna head back to our panel. Pasok.
Yeah, I gotta mimic what Leo said there. It's not a good day to be a Titan today. And it does feel like we are seeing a bit of a shakeup here in the meta.
Big shift and big things are happening here in MPL Philippines with Titans both falling on the same day, and with Aurora showing that as long as the lineup is good for it, you can play definitely Rafaela X-Borg together, Roam and Jungle respectively. And it was Renegade who mentioned they didn't even get a lot of practice with it.
Right.
They just went ahead and picked it because it counters the lineup of Team Liquid Philippines so well.
Yeah, I have to add to that because I feel like with the Eve pick, because of the Rafaela, it seemed like RORA was soup and TLPH was a fork. They were trying to scoop him up in one place, but they just kept slipping out.
Yeah, that's honestly the perfect analogy for what the two lineups dealt with. So for Team Liquid Philippines, they went into this thinking, okay, we'll have the Eve to whittle down the Edith, bring the members low, make it hard for the Valentina and carry to 500. Because if you really look at just the Valentina, the carry, and then the Edith, maybe even the X-Borg, even though that in itself I'm already quite shaky in the idea of picking an Eve into an X-Borg. But you can argue that you can use the real-world manipulation to bring him down quickly and burn his Faraga armor quicker. But if it's paired up with a Rafaela, and those heroes are paired up with a Rafaela, there's not a lot of room to move. And to add to that, Yue, again, we talked about this. Really, the Minotaur into the Valentina after what it did to you earlier this season?
Yes.
Questionable.
Whew, and it seemed like the other way around. It was Demon Guy who burned them fast, really quickly. That looked like a really sweet triple with the last Insanity, and it felt like a non-starter for TLPH from the beginning. There was just no fighting at all.
Yeah, the fact that the first turtle was such a massive loss for Team Liquid Philippines just did so much better for Aurora in terms of their lineup and their specific power scaling. Even if you take out Doming there, we make a big deal, especially since last week. Play the game fast, make sure your roam, mid, jungle dominate, or roam mid and jungle does really well, then things will go well for you going into the 7 to 9 minute mark and then transitioning into the later portion of the game. And this was just a story of, again, Aurora's mid trio having a much better time of it all. Gotta commend the coaching staff of Aurora for outdrafting Team Liquid Philippines too.
Yeah, it was confident as well. Like the counter draft
100%.
was super fast. It happened in like 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds. It felt like, you know what, their confidence is out of the roof here, through the roof, out of the roof. That's not a saying. Through the roof in this one, and it showed in game as well. If you look at the game time, it was surprisingly quick as well, with 11 minutes and 47 seconds.
Yeah.
And there's very little room for like a Nathan, right?
Yeah.
To make do any damage there.
Yeah, and one of the sad things about, especially for Sanford, you're going up against a lineup that actually has a good amount of dashes, and you're thinking, yay, a lot of activations. But then why would you need to dash when you can use the holy healing movement speed to reposition, get in a better spot? And then if you're Sanford, you're just wondering how come y'all aren't dashing. So he ended up just becoming a sponge here. And every time JP would use his ultimate, the Minoan Fury, that seems to be the timing for Yue. If Yue's not the one initiating with the Minoan's Fury, he's waiting for JP to use it, and so that TLPH won't be able to respond to the knock-up that they dish onto RORA. Yue has already knocked off the members of TLPH. So by the time RORA's done getting knocked up, and they're already down from being airborne, that's when RORA will be taking TLPH down while they're still up in the air going down.
Up in the air, up in the air. It felt like everyone was up in the air actually in this in this whole game. So a big congratulations to Auroras. They have definitely proven that they deserve the accolades for getting the praise everyone's getting here. Again, facing Titans left and right.
It's a Blacklist Aurora day. The two coaching staffs and teams with a lot of shared DNA. They're the ones who all shined right now and seem to be showing that they have a really great understanding of this current meta with the slight adjustment and shake-up that it dished out with the latest patch.
In fairness, Bonchan has always been that guy, right? Always been that guy who did his homework very early on.
Same goes for Master of the Basics and
for Master
Techstar.
of the Basics. That's the reason why they got them,
Yeah.
right? So we're going to a quick mic check. Everyone's always favorite, segment. Let's see what was going on behind the scenes in the headsets of Aurora right here in this one. That was very heavy Renegade calling, like very with conviction, In Filipino, it's like bro, like Prez, like kind of like bro right now in the Philippines. So this one, Prez. So it's like, man, you can feel the Hitman's intensity in that last one.
Yeah, great calling from Renegade. Although I was thinking that maybe we heard some clips of
Yue as well,
shouting, but yeah, I think it was him pointing out that he would be able to get the knockups of the Minoan Fury.
Smart.
And you can hear specifically with Aurora, they're targeting. They're calling out specific heroes to target in terms of the team fighting to focus on. It's great.
Everyone, five members focusing on just one guy. You can imagine the damage and the carnage there. But you know what? Since here in the MPL Philippines, we try to make things happier and easier for you guys and maybe a little bit more fun. We came up with something. It's a little something we did. It's our own little project. I think we can show it right now. Yeah.
So if y'all remember the old what was it called? The Hitman hit list that we did 2 seasons ago or last season. Now we'd like to introduce to you the little bias board.
Right here, the bias board. So this is the bias board where you will see all the names of the casters right there. Sorry. That's me, Leo, Brigida, Renmar, and Naisu. I think we can add Ingan here somewhere, probably. I don't know if he's technically classified as English.
I don't know. We've officially adopted Brigida as the little sister of the English broadcast.
So we'll ask Ingan if Ingan should be here. But so we have some stickers here for each of our names, and it's for you guys as well, so we can keep track of who voted for who, and who came up with the correct prediction.
We'll add one last one here. Ingan can just go to the Filipino broadcast, and we'll add you guys here, the community. Community predictions.
We'll add your predictions. We're going to put you right here so that we'll see if you guys are correctly predicting as well, because you might just be saying you correctly predicted and you didn't. So this is going to keep track of it. So I think for this one, I don't know Leo and Naisu's prediction.
I know I'm wrong.
I know I got Blacklist correctly and RORA correctly, so that means
no, you said FCAP earlier, bro.
I sent a message to Pao.
To change it?
I have a timestamp.
You have proof?
I have a timestamp.
All right, sure.
I'll tell you later.
Okay, rock hard. So
and
that's 2 points already.
2 points. And then we'll ask Leo, Brigida, and Renmar is 1 today. 1-1 today.
Yeah.
And Naisu, I didn't quite catch
We'll ask them.
their call. But yeah, we'll ask them later. So we're going to add that here and a community thing here. It is not done, by the way.
If you're still confused, this is essentially a prediction tracker for all of us.
Prediction tracker.
And whoever gets the lowest points at the end of the season, we're going to be tallying. We're going to also be going back to the previous predictions. They're going to have to do something.
Yes.
A consequence. So I think I'm going to start off with you.
What?
If you get the lowest points of the English broadcast in terms of the predictions here on our bias board,
Does it have to be individual?
I think it has to be.
It has to be individual.
If you can think of one now, we can just post it.
If I
later on.
lose the bias board, I will dye my hair, what? Pink?
Pink?
Too much? Maybe too much.
You dye your hair all
I'll
the time,
dye my
bro.
hair with a very weird color. There you go. What about you?
I'll think about it. Let's talk about the standings
That's
first.
all about the standings first. Right now, aside from being locked in, we still have a bit of interesting movement here from Aurora MLBB securing third right now, and Blacklist International getting their second win of the season.
That's dire straits now for TNC Pro Team, who are
That's
facing
right.
Blacklist International next week. But they also have games this weekend. Goes to show if they really want to close the gap, they're going to need to get wins. While for Team Liquid Philippines, no longer in the safe zone, as RSG Philippines and Blacklist International are within striking distance.
That's right.
That's why for Fnatic, Onyx PH, and Falcons APBren, it's good for them because they finally, with the security, have the time to try things out in preparation for the playoffs. And of course, to get all the more important points, we still have the race to top 2. Fnatic, Onyx PH, and Falcons APBren still haven't locked in top 2. They're just the first 2 teams to secure playoff slots.
That's right. So we're going to talk about seedings later on in the week.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's no red downs there. There's no one's red yet. So that
Yeah.
means everyone can still technically make playoffs depending on their performance and the enemy team's performance. Their enemy performance. So anyway, speaking of teams or enemies as well, we got Fancy Laban going on. By the way, they have separate rankings by our fans, okay? Just to clarify, some people are saying, why is this guy on top? These are by fans who are happening on site. These are fights happening on site that are representing the fandoms
Yeah.
of our teams.
Whoa, the Bees struggled early on in the season, but now they're on a bit of a streak.
Yeah.
They're on top. I think this is one of the first few times in the Fancy Laban recaps where we ended it, where we showed it, where the number 1 had a point lead over number 2s and the others.
Yeah, and
Because usually they would be tied, but for the first time I think in a while, it's a 1 series lead for the Bees.
And this is, in fairness, they're still super tied. I mean,
Yeah.
they're one point distance
Yeah.
away from each other.
That's very true.
Almost across the board. But it does feel like the barangays we need more kabarangays to come over here to Green Sun Hotel in Makati, Magallanes, so that you can kind of just represent them better. So we'll talk about that soon, and hopefully you guys can join us soon as well in the future. So we're going to talk about this as well. We're going to update this, and we'll post this on social so you guys can also track it, okay?
These are emojis. This one really looks like Naisu. Mine's a panda.
Yeah! We put a lot of effort into this. Just like Mara putting a lot of effort into tonight's closing. It's Rockhart, is Redmar. We'll see you guys again tomorrow, alright? See ya.
See ya. Maybe I should shave my leg.
Remember, this is just the first day of our Week 6 here in the MPL Arena. This is the week where anything can happen. A week where we might be seeing new names popping up at the official playoffs bracket. Kayo nga ba? Sino sa tingin nyo ang pangatlong koponan na sasama sa Fnatic, Onyx Philippines, and Falcons APBren? Write it down below. Type down your prediction dahil babasahin namin yan at sama-sama tayong mag-abang sa mga susunod na bakbakan. I'm Mara Aquino. I'll see you tomorrow. Keep it good vibes, everybody. And this is MPL Philippines Season 14.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!